excused with absence.
Councilmember M. Medina. Marty Medina.
Mr. Medina, I think he froze.
Oh.
He is here. I see him.
Okay. Councilmember Salazar.
Here.
Vice Mayor Mason.
Here.
Mayor Medina.
Here. I'm sorry, I meant to say Mr. Hamilton with notice. And Councilmember Medina is here. With that, let's move on to Pledge of Allegiance. If you would please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening, I would appreciate it very much. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. Let's move on to item number 4, public comments for items not on the agenda. Individuals will be allowed up to 3 minutes. It is council policy to refer matters raised in this forum to staff for investigation and or action where appropriate. The Brown Act precludes the council from discussing upon or acting on any matter that is not agendized pursuant to state law. If there are any members of the public, could you please raise your virtual hand at this time? And I'll ask Ms. Bowen if I see we do have a member of the public, and if you would be so kind as bring that person in.
Well,
thank you.
Jeremy? Jeremy, go ahead.
You're on mute.
Hello, Council. Thank you for taking this time. I would just like to say that I just had an Earth Day rally this past Saturday, and it was a fantastic success. It brought together multiple groups of all ages, and we were able to discuss what the existential crisis of climate change meant to us, and I hope that everyone gained something along the way. I had informational posters there. One was titled Paradise Lost, where it showed the horrific fires that took place in Paradise that took 85 lives. One was about the complex fire in Mendocino, which was 34 times the size of San Francisco, the largest fire in California history. And to answer the question, how many apocalyptic hailstorms does it take to bring a permanent brown haze to the atmosphere, visible on a daily basis? I think the answer to that question is 2. And I know some people were trying to brush this off, but I think by their attendance alone, they made a statement. And they wanted to learn, and they wanted to take part in discussing what actions we can all take to avert our collective disaster. And I hope that everyone who joined us that day was able to learn how fragile the world that we live in currently, how fragile that world is. It would only take a couple more degrees of temperature rise before crop yields are drastically reduced. And you can already see, due to the Ukrainian invasion, what one war can do to the price of foods globally. And I pray that a region as productive as California never sees that reality. Now I bring this matter to the local stage, and I would like to remind you that as a city council, we have a very large part to play in the transformative action that we must all undertake. At the very basic level, that can be a revision of our building codes. We can have green building codes, which ban the gas appliances, which add to the greenhouse gas effect. But much more than that, I think we need to have a permanent discussion that insists that we are moving towards a collective goal, and that is a sustainable future. And a sustainable future is one that is not a neutral term, but it is actually a very revolutionary one, because in a time where we have a political system that insists we have an unsustainable society of ever-growing crises. To have a sustainable future is one that we should all cherish. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. And I'll ask Ms. Bowen but I see no other hands at this time. With that, we will move on to item number 5, announcements and presentations. Before we get on to what is on the agenda, I'm going to ask our city attorney, Mark Zaffarano, to report out of our closed session, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Very briefly, the City Council did approve on a vote of 4-0 a tolling agreement with the San Mateo Union High School District. Thank you very much. That concludes the closed session report out.
Thank you, City Attorney. Now let's go on to item A under announcements and presentations. San Bruno is happy to partner with Recology for the spring 2022 community cleanup event drop-off, which will be at the same location as last time at 975 Sneath Lane. The drop-off event will be held on Saturday, May 14th from 8 a.m. to 11 and is a self-serve drop-off where residents will be required to unload their vehicles. Residents are limited to 3 cubic yards per vehicle and can include bulky items, e-waste, appliances, bags of garbage, dirt, rock and keep in mind, dirt, rock, and concrete will not be accepted. And for more information, you can visit sanbruno.ca.gov. And hope to see you on Saturday. And with that, let's move on to item B. I will ask Community Services Director and our Police Chief at this time to go ahead and announce and have any comments on item B, please.
Thank you, Mayor Medina. Good evening, council members. I'll start this off. I'm really pleased to make a brief announcement this evening and ask everyone to save the date of Sunday, June 5th, 2022 for the San Bruno Lions Club Post Parade and the City of San Bruno's Community Day. The parade steps off at 11 o'clock a.m., followed by Community Day from noon to 5 at its new location on San Mateo Avenue. Community Day has been reimagined this year as a street festival and a celebration of the vibrant diversity of cultures that make up the San Bruno community. The main stage will be at Centennial Plaza and will showcase performers representative of our community, including Polynesian dance and music, ballet folklorico, and taiko drummers. We'll also have a food map featuring the global cuisine offered by the many restaurants located on San Mateo Avenue. There'll be arts activities, tons of things for kids of all ages, very similar to when we had Community Day at the old location at the park with obstacle courses, slides, climbing wall, and of course, our local nonprofits, community groups will be on hand to provide information to and connect with our community. We're really excited about this year's event, and we really hope to see everyone on the Avenue Sunday, June 5th for this community event. And I'll hand it over to Chief Johansson, who'll talk a little bit about the change in the parade.
Chief Johansson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ann. Just briefly, I know that there has probably been some conversation in and around the community about the parade route changing this year. And as the police department is largely to blame for that change, it seems appropriate for me to just say a few words about why that is occurring. First and foremost is to establish that, as is always the case, the number one concern of the police department is the safety of the participants in the parade as well as the community at large. Plain and simple, there have been way too many catastrophic incidents over the past decade or so involving the combination of vehicles and pedestrians, many of them deliberate, many of them accidental, but nonetheless having catastrophic consequences for those involved. And this puts a huge burden on the police department to work with community services and the Lions to develop a safety plan for this event that does the best it possibly can to ensure the safety of all involved. What that has turned into over the last several years has been shoring up our barricades to ensure that vehicles cannot easily enter the parade route, whether, again, deliberately or accidentally, in order to compromise the safety of the participants. And more recently this year has resulted in the changing of the route to be not crossing El Camino Real. There are a couple of reasons for this. One is that crossing El Camino Real is a huge undertaking from a safety standpoint. Creating a proper road closure that actually prevents vehicles from entering the roadway while children and other parade participants are in the roadway when you have so many lanes of travel on a roadway with such high speeds is incredibly challenging, especially for a relatively small department like ours. But in addition to this, it is actually illegal for us to close El Camino Real without going through a proper permitting process with Caltrans. And obviously, in addition to the safety concerns, violating this law in order to close the roadway, however temporarily, to facilitate the crossing of the parade there at El Camino would expose the city to a tremendous amount of potential liability, again, in addition to the safety risks. The hope is that in future years, we can work with the Lions and get out ahead of this process and potentially consider once again crossing El Camino with the original parade route culminating at City Park. That will require us going through this Caltrans permitting process and complying with MUTCD standards for the road closure, which can be costly and somewhat labor intensive. But I do think that if that is the desire of Lions and the community as a whole, it is something that we can pursue with more time on our hands next year as we plan for a subsequent event. So as of now, I think the plan for this year is to begin the parade in the normal location and to have it culminate at the area where Community Day will be occurring downtown, which should be roughly in the area of San Mateo Avenue and Genevan. And then I know the Lions have plans for to continue with the events at City Park that have been typical year over year. So with that, happy to answer any questions, Mr. Mayor, that you or council may have, but that's what I've got.
Thank you to both for your update and announcement. Seeing no hands, I'm going to continue to move on to item number C with Vice Mayor Mason.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I think a lot of the public doesn't know that the little park with the fountain that's non-functioning is actually named Posey Park. And I just wanted to know if there's any plans to have anything in that location on Community Day.
So that's actually not within the closure for that, so we won't have anything this year in that location. Perhaps in future years.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because Community Service Director is correct, because it gets blocked off prior. That is still open to the traffic and flow.
Okay.
With that, let's move on to item number C, and that is the State of the City address is scheduled for April 28th, which is this week at 5:30 p.m. The presentation will be made live via Zoom. For more information, it is available on City's website at sanbruno.ca.gov. And again, it's not in person to I'll also try to think of everyone's convenience and health and safety. Now we'll move on to item D. Item D is receive presentation from the San Bruno Community Foundation on the Listening Campaign 2.0, and we are honored and I'm privileged to be able to introduce the president of the San Bruno Community Foundation, Melissa Natani Jones, and I will turn over to you.
Hi. Thank you, everyone. If I could I please have Leslie Hadamia be transferred over as a panelist, please?
Yes, we can have that taken care of for you.
Great, thank you so much. And so,
and Melissa, before you get started, Christine, could you make me a co-host? I will be dealing with the slides here for the presentation that Melissa and I will be giving.
Will do.
And then, Madam President, you can introduce your partner there.
Thank you.
We all know who he is.
Thank you.
Sure. So first of all, I want to just thank the City Council for the opportunity to be able to share the update on the Foundation's community listening campaign, as well as our strategic planning 2.0 that happened last year and then this year. So thank you. And then I'd also like to introduce to you all Sean Spano, who is here with us from the Public Dialogue Consortium, who facilitated our community listening campaign and has been a strategic partner in the entire process. So I will start, and then I will turn the time over to Sean. Am I here? Do you all see me? Okay, sorry about that.
Okay, sorry. Okay, we're ready, Melissa.
Okay, great. So I really just want to be able to ground us in the space of how our foundation began. And as you can see, it was founded in 2013 by the City of San Bruno to administer the $70 million in restitution funds that was received from PG&E. And, you know, this is our mission, but it's a very simple sort of task that we have, and that's really to be able to provide programs and projects and services that really benefit the community of San Bruno. And that is really our true mission, and that we've been able to facilitate that since the inception of our foundation. Also, we started with a strategic planning process, and as you all know, there was an initial strategic planning process that began back when the foundation first began. And so our new goal for the strategic plan that we have just completed is to set forth a program and investment strategy for the foundation. Once the foundation has fully dispersed its $50 million to the City of San Bruno for the construction of the Recreation and Aquatic Center, otherwise known as the RAC. And the process that we engaged in was really a three-part process. We really focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion training. This was for the board to examine internal biases, learning and adopting practices to promote diversity, and really the decision-making of the foundation members. We also engaged in the community listening campaign 2.0 to solicit from members of the City of San Bruno feedback on the foundation's programs thus far, and to really give us input on current community needs and the vision for the foundation going forward. And finally, the strategic planning deliberation by the board to develop a forward-looking plan to really help us focus on foundation's program investment strategies once its investment portfolio decreases after the RAC has been fully funded, and really to look at our role in the community and the size and scope of its ongoing operations. I want to spend a little time just talking about our DEI training, which began in December of 2020 through February of 2021. And by the way, I just want to preface the rest of this presentation that all of the deliberations that the foundation engaged in was all public. And so I hope some of you had an opportunity to look at some of those recordings. And if not, you're going to get a great summary tonight. So to shift back to the DEI training, the process was we held an RFP to solicit DEI consultants that would be able to come and do the work with the foundation. Out of the three, the foundation chose Halualani and Associates that was led by Dr. Rona Halualani. And it was a two-part training. One was around individual self-inventory surveys and consultations. We all took an individual survey. Then we had an individual consultation with Dr. Halualani that really focused on the outcomes of those surveys. And then second, we had two board study sessions from January until February. And we really focused on the exploration of DEI concepts and what it means for a community foundation to be DEI focused. And this has always been a part of the priorities for the foundation. And we really felt that it was important to be very intentional about DEI practices and that we were all in alignment with not just the foundation, but with the city's commitment to diversity and equity and inclusion. Now I'm going to turn the time over to my wonderful co-presenter, Sean Spano.
Very good. Thank you so much, Melissa. Mayor, Council, it's a pleasure being with you this evening, and I'm very pleased to be able to report on Community Listening Campaign 2.0. So as Melissa, as President Natani Jones just mentioned, we, myself and my colleagues in the Public Dialogue Consortium were able to work with the Community Foundation back in 2017, where we had Listening Campaign 1.0, and we're able to engage the community about projects, programs that the community preferred, that the foundation administer and develop because it was brand new at the time. and we're very pleased to be called back to do Listening Campaign 2.0. So I'm going to give an overview of what we did, background, outreach, who we talked to, the venues and channels of communication that we used, and then the results that were obtained. So outreach and engagement methods. So we had a very extensive outreach program. There was a citywide mailer. There were flyers available electronically and hard copy at food distribution programs, schools, churches, commercial centers, senior center. We had materials that were in Spanish available for the Spanish-speaking community, as well as Pacific Islander community, including youth groups. We engaged 7 focus groups involving 70 participants, and one of those focus groups was devoted to youth and was actually facilitated by 2 young people in San Bruno who were recipients of a scholarship, and they worked with us on this program. And then also one of the focus groups was facilitated in Spanish for Spanish-speaking members of the community. We also conducted a community engagement survey. This was an online survey, and the questions in the survey mirrored the questions that we asked in the focus groups. That way we were able to pool the results from the focus groups with the results from the community engagement survey. We had a wonderful set of respondents here. 374 people participated in the online survey, and then there was also some of the engagement survey was conducted one-on-one in person with in Spanish with our Spanish-speaking student interns who assisted us in the process. As you all recall, I was able to meet with each of you, mayor and council members, including council member Hamilton. So there were one-on-one interviews that I conducted with you all, and those results were also pooled with the engagement survey and the focus groups. Following the community engagement survey, the focus groups, and the one-on-one council interviews, we conducted 2 town hall webinars, and that involved about 100 participants. Most were on Zoom. There were a couple who dialed in via YouTube, Facebook, I'm sorry. And what we did at the webinar, and I have a little bit more to say about this in a minute, what we did at the webinar, we were able to show the participants, share with the participants the results from the focus group and the community engagement survey in council interviews, and then get their reactions to what was already decided. So it was a great way to validate, expand, and extend the results that we had obtained. So in total, we engaged 550 San Bruno community members. The engagement questions we asked in the focus group, as well as the online survey: what do you think about the work of the foundation has done? What has the foundation done well? What, if anything, could be improved? What are the most critical community needs in San Bruno at this time? And note the question here, we're not asking the participants what the foundation should fund. What are the most critical community needs? A very important question, given the juncture that the foundation is in, having invested in the RAC. Should the remaining foundation funds be spent in the short term, or should the funds be treated as an endowment for the long term? And we were very clear with participants. If the money was to be spent, all remaining funds were to be spent in the short term, that would mean dissolving the foundation, or continue the foundation on in perpetuity at some designated time through investments in using endowment funds. And then we asked the participants to rank the investment priorities from 1 to 3. And as you all know, there are 3 investment priorities. There's the scholarship program, there's the community grants, and the strategic initiatives. And do you recommend focusing on one of those priorities, 2, or all 3 of the priorities, and why? So those are the questions that we asked. A little bit on the participant demographics. This includes all of the focus group participants, as well as the community engagement online survey participants. So you see the vast majority live in San Bruno, with a smaller number working and living in San Bruno, and smaller numbers just working, attending school, or visiting San Bruno. In terms of age, you see the majority fell within the 35 to 54 year age range, and then a little bit more on 55 to 64, and a little bit more on 65 up. The smaller numbers for those 34 and younger, and I will say that's very typical for us in the community engagement work that we do. We did make, with the 2 youth interns, we did make a very concerted effort to reach out to make sure that youth were engaged. Ethnicity, you'll see that the majority were white and Caucasian. Hispanic, Latinx was next, and then Asian American declined the state, and then multi-ethnic. And our understanding is this more or less matches ethnicity demographics within the city. So in moving on for summary of results, I'll talk a little bit about the appreciations for the foundation that we heard, what the current community needs are, the investment strategies, short, long term, the program strategies, and then in addition to that, we didn't ask, but the participants provided us with process recommendations for the foundation, and then we will then take all of that and put that together for the town hall webinar results. So appreciations for the foundation. We want to say that we were quite impressed with the level of appreciation that we heard across the focus groups and across the community engagement online survey. Just a lot of really wonderful thank yous and gratitude towards the foundation and the work that they've done. One of the things that we noted here on the second bullet, community benefits that are wide-ranging, were this was a little bit of an education for some of the participants who weren't aware of the breadth and the scope of the priorities that the foundation has, and so it was quite reassuring for them. And there was support for support for various sectors of the community, reaching out to try to help as much as possible the whole scope of the community. You'll see some words there that we pulled from our notes: phenomenal, important, balanced, impactful, extremely well-managed investments across diverse sectors and demographics to support the San Bruno community as a whole, addressing both needs, immediate needs, and as well as investing in the future was also appreciated. The wide range of accomplishments over that relatively short period of time since the foundation was initiated, and many amazed to learn about the broad range of programs supported by the foundation. So quite a bit of appreciations, and actually it was quite inspiring to hear the appreciations from the participants. Now we won't go through this. There's a lot of information here. We did ask for community needs, and these were identified, a wide open question: what are the most important and immediate community needs in San Bruno now? And note again, these are community needs, not necessarily asking them what the foundation should fund. And in fact, you'll see that there are some items here that the foundation would not fund because it's not part of their charter, it's not part of their charge, and it's covered under different agencies and authorities. But in terms of the focus group participants and the online survey respondents, the number one item was downtown San Bruno revitalization and beautification. You can see 239 mentions of that across the focus groups and online survey. Second was students, schools, education, and scholarships. And again, a lot of this coming out of COVID, the need, I know the foundation has supported the schools, very much appreciated, and then additional ideas, especially around learning gap that might have happened from COVID, further reinforce the need to support the schools. Community and social services at 126, And then we drop down a little bit. There's a little bit of a break there. Community events and activity, library upgrades and programming at 58. And then you can look down the list as you go down the list. And we'll come back to these with the town hall webinar and see how the town hall webinar participants identified community needs. A lot of overlap, but there was also a couple differences as well. So that was the community need results, and now we move on to the investment strategies and the idea of asking the participants to continue the work of the foundation by investing the remaining funds while also continuing to support immediate needs of San Bruno. So should the money be spent down immediately, all the funds, and then that would dissolve the foundation? Should the foundation invest and then use the money from returns to continue operating the foundation into an indefinite future, or should they do both? You can see that 21% said invest, 13% said spend down and dissolve the foundation, but you had the vast majority, 63%, wanting the foundation to do both. Spend money on immediate needs, but also invest money so that the foundation can continue on and continue to do the good work for the community. The top investment priorities, scholarship program, community grants, and strategic objectives, should invest in all three categories was really the result. You had 22% prioritizing scholarship, 21% prioritizing community grants, 29% on strategic initiatives, and then 28% all three, to not to make a distinction between the three, but to actually continue to fund all three. Process recommendations, and these emerged out of the focus groups and the qualitative online survey questions. Continue to invest wisely to ensure broad community benefits. And that goes right back to the appreciation. Really, the community really focused on the broad scope of the work that the foundation does and wanting that money to be invested wisely to continue providing benefits to the community. Broaden outreach and engagement to increase visibility and awareness of the work of the foundation. As I mentioned, several of the participants were surprised to see all the good work that the foundation has done, and why not share that story more broadly with the rest of the community. Increase education and transparency on spending decisions and program results. How are scholarships, how is the decision making around scholarships made? On grants, on strategic initiatives. Make sure that the community is aware of what that process is and that that process is transparent. Continue to actively attract additional funds was another process and suggestion, recommendation, and then to ensure diversity of the board as well as the decision makers for the grants and scholarships, taking us back to the DEI training that Melissa just mentioned. So we now move on to the town hall webinars, and we were able to take all the results from the focus groups and online survey as well as the one-on-one interviews with council. We put those in, we consolidated, summarized, analyzed all those results, and then we conducted the two town hall webinars. And as you recall, there were about 100 participants total in the two webinars. There were three segments in the webinars: background on the foundation and listening campaign 2.0, the results of the focus groups and the community engagement survey. And then we asked them, it was a very interactive webinar, we asked them to respond to the results using an online poll. And that online poll was conducted right during the webinar, and they would put their results in, and then the results were shown in real time. So it was a great way to both engage the webinar participants, but also to collect valuable information, and in the interest of transparency, everybody seeing those results all at the same time. And the key question there was, what is your level of agreement with the results from the focus group and online survey? And that was measured on a 5-point scale from strongly agree to strongly disagree. So there's a lot of information here, and I'm not going to go through all of it. but level of agreement with current community needs. So what you'll see here is there was a little bit of a difference with the webinars. The webinar participants did not rate downtown beautification and revitalization as high. They also didn't rate infrastructure upgrades as high. But what they did rate higher than what we heard from the focus groups and online survey was students, schools, and scholarships. You can see a high level of agreement around that. And the other one was safe and improved parks. You can see there's a high level of agreement there. All the others tracked. In other words, the community needs identified in the first phase were the same, mirrored those with the webinar participants, with the exception of downtown, infrastructure, students, schools, and scholarships, and safe and improved parks. Okay, moving us down here. Okay, I am not getting, here we go. Level of agreement with program strategies. So we asked them, showed them the results of how the three program strategies were prioritized, and you'll see that the results mirror very nicely from the webinar participants. You see that, again, the vast majority, 61%, said all three should be prioritized. Level of agreement with the investment strategies. Should the foundation invest the money and continue on, spend the money and dissolve, or should they do both? An even higher level of agreement here with the webinar participants wanting the foundation to do both. And then we move on with the process recommendations, and this tracked very nicely. There was a lot of overlap. The process recommendations from the focus groups and from the online survey, the webinar participants mirrored those and basically matched what we heard in phase one from the earlier engagements. So that takes us through a listening campaign 2.0, and now we can talk a little bit about the strategic plan 2.0 and the board's work in doing this and putting together the strategic plan. And that was conducted right after the town hall webinars. So that went from May to September 2021. And we were fortunate, we in the Public Dialogue Consortium were fortunate to be able to work with the board on this part of the process as well. And I'll just mention this, I'll do this slide and then turn it over to Melissa. But we had 3 strategic planning sessions with the board. The first was on May 12th, and this is going back obviously last year. There's the recap of the foundation history, the report on the listening campaign, and then the consultants, the financial consultants, Sandhill Global Advisors, were there at each one of the meetings, and they laid out possible endowment scenario analysis, options for the endowment for investing, and Melissa will talk a little bit more about that in a moment. We then moved to the second meeting in June. What was the role of the foundation? Community needs and process recommendations from Listening Campaign 2.0, and then post Recreation Center investment strategy options, moving towards more narrow. What are those options? What's available for the board? And a lot of discussion. These were very interactive, participatory meetings. And then the final meeting in July, responses, how the board responded to the process recommendations, basically validating those, deciding on the investment strategy, and also the process for the annual program budget allocations and strategic grant priorities. Decisions were made there. So May 12th and June 30th were setting the stage, making sure that the board was aware of what the information that was out front of them, what was the decisions that they were going to be asked to make, and then at the July 7th meeting, they made those decisions and created a strategic plan 2.0. So with that said then, I'll turn it over to Melissa, who will walk through the rest of the strategic plan.
Thank you, Sean. So as seen here, we adopted Strategic Plan 2.0 in September of 2021 with 3 main focuses, which were around program strategy, investment strategy, and operations. Program strategy, some of the learnings and takeaway that helped us develop where we got to was, one was it reaffirmed the program strategy framework. And that includes our purpose, our mission, our vision, guiding principles, and the funding criteria that had been created. It also reaffirmed the 3-bucket program strategy, which is to continue all 3 programs on an ongoing basis, especially maintaining the Crestmore Scholarship and Community Grants fund at the current program levels, and of course to continue the strategic grants as annual budget allows. Investment strategy options considered. As you know, our initial investment strategy was to set aside $15 million as a quasi-endowment following a typical long-term endowment investment strategy. Investment income from the quasi-endowment was meant to cover cash needs for the Crestmore Scholarship and community grants over the near term and all program and operating expenses over the long term. $55 million was designated as the strategic pool funds that would be spent down directly over the midterm to fund operations and strategic grants, including at least one major capital project. Ultimately, the San Bruno Community Foundation agreed to earmark $50 million of the strategic pool for the design and construction of the new Recreation and Aquatic Center. Our investment managers from Sand Hill Global Advisors helped us consider 3 main investment strategies going forward once the RAC grants are all paid out. The assumption is that the foundation would likely have between $30 to $31 million remaining at the beginning of fiscal year 2023-24 after all existing obligations, including the RAC grants, are paid out. The first option was to spend down all remaining funds in the next 5 years or so, after which the foundation would close down operations assuming no significant revenue sources were developed. The second option was to follow the endowment model, where we would only spend investment income and the foundation would live on perpetuity. We looked at different starting endowment balances, allowing for some of the remaining funds to be spent outright. For example, if the balance is $30 million, perhaps start with a quasi-endowment of $25 million and spend $5 million on strategic grants. The third option was a hybrid of the two, to spend the money down over a longer period, somewhere between 15 to 25 years, which would enable the foundation to live on for a considerable length of time, but allowing for a larger annual budget. The board evaluated each option. The immediate spend down option generally was not favored. There was a desire to spend down some of the funds upfront, but in the absence of another major project like the grant, not the entire amount. The board heard in the listening campaign the community's desire to both spend some of the funds, but also to invest some portion to keep the foundation running over the long term. The endowment model was appealing, but the board again wanted to make sure some of the funds were available to spend upfront to address some of the needs heard in the listening campaign. The investment managers had run endowment scenarios for us so we could see at the different starting values what the annual payout might be while maintaining the purchase power of the corpus. At the $25 million starting endowment level, which would enable the foundation to spend about $5 million upfront, the annual payout would be about $1 million. When the board examined the current budget, it concluded that $1 million annual payout is too low to make a meaningful impact each year. Community grants plus the Crestmore Scholarship plus operating expenses was about $765,000. A $1 million budget would allow for less than $250,000 in strategic grants each year. Next slide, please. The third option thus became the most appealing to the board. The board looked at various starting amounts and time horizons. A $25 million starting balance, which allows for $5 million to be dispersed upfront and outright, spent down over 20 years, would allow for an annual budget of about $1.7 million. With that annual budget, the board felt like the foundation could make a meaningful impact each year, about $1 million in strategic grants, for a considerable period of time, though not forever. This option seemed like the best balance to the board. One, it allows for the upfront investment of $5 million. Two, it provides an annual budget substantial enough for the foundation to make real impact each year. And three, it enables the foundation to continue for another 20 years. So after much discussion and deliberation, the board ultimately came to the agreement on the following investment strategy: that the quasi-endowment starting balance of $25 million. This allows for about $5 million to be spent outright in the short term, depending on the market returns. This also allows for an annual payout of about $1.75 million, we rounded up, by the way, adjusted for inflation. This also allows for, at this rate, current funds would be spent down over approximately 20 years. This assumes no new revenue source. If other revenue sources were developed in the future, the time horizon could be extended. This strategy would take effect in the 2023-24 fiscal year after all or nearly all of the RAC grants are paid out, and the strategy would be revisited by the board at least every 5 years. And then our operations. Okay. Thank you. The board considered all of the process recommendations that came out of the community listening 2.0 and committed to the following 6 operational actions. First was to maintain the current program-focused business model, to decline the transition to business model focus, both program fund development. It reaffirmed the original decision not to fundraise, to avoid basically competing with other nonprofits, weighted substantial costs of building up a viable fundraising operation, and considered the partners, our grantees, that they might be better situated to fundraise than the granting of foundation. Number 2 is,
excuse me.
okay. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. Okay. So here we wanted to focus on increasing visibility and awareness of the foundation programs, spending decisions, and program results. As you all know, we are committed to effectively communicating and transparency to the community and other stakeholders, and the executive director will continue to manage outreach and communication activities with guidance from the board as needed. And we want to continue to invest wisely to ensure broad community benefit. The fiduciary responsibilities of the foundation, and to ensure that assets are vested for the long-term benefit of the community, which is something that we really, really wanted to prioritize, to continue to utilize board-selected investment management firm and investment committee, and of course it reaffirmed the commitment to the following investment policy statement. We want to continue current process for developing the annual budget, of course maintaining the Community Grants Fund and Crestmore Scholarship, estimate necessary operating costs assuming current activity levels, reserve balance of funds of the strategic grants, and the process would be led by the executive director. And we created ad hoc committees to identify strategic grant making priorities and assess potential strategic grant opportunities. And so in September, a new ad hoc committee on program development was created, and they're charged with reviewing community needs and the ideas identified in the listening campaign, recommending priority areas for strategic grants, and assessing proposals and opportunities for strategic grants. And in December, they presented recommendations to the board for adoption. Criteria for identifying strategic grant-making opportunities. We were very intentional along with the outcomes from the listening sessions, and we really want to bring added benefit and amenities to the community, broad community benefits affecting large segments of the community, inclusive and equitable community benefits that support and reflect San Bruno's diversity, responsive to community input. High impact was for the foundation support can make a meaningful difference and augment city programs and services or improves community facilities. And this is really how we want to present the criteria of identifying how we make these grant-making opportunities. Strategic grant-making priorities, library upgrade and programming, education, community building, economic vitality. So these are just really where we want to start looking at into investing as far as grant-making priorities. We also created an ad hoc committee on education initiatives, as also one of the takeaways from the listening campaign was around education. And so in January of this year, we created this ad hoc committee. They're charged with researching and preparing for strategic grant-making initiatives to support San Bruno's K-12 public schools. And we're currently in discussions with the district, with the foundation, the Education Foundation, PTA, PTO Council, and the high schools, as well as the Alumni Association. Recent strategic grants that we've been able to help support is a music education strategic initiative, a 2-year extension, and that's $270,000 to the San Bruno Education Foundation to launch a new 6th grade music program at Parkside Intermediate School. $20,000 to the Cappuccino High School Alumni Association to support the high school's music programs. We've also funded the $30,000 to the City of San Bruno for Community Day, as well as $200,000 towards the Tanforan Memorial to the Tanforan Assembly Center Memorial Committee. That was originally a $150,000 grant, and we increased it to $50,000 with totaling of $200,000. Other program initiative ideas, education initiatives, programs to ensure that recreational opportunities are inclusive and accessible for all in San Bruno. Some enhancements to the library, including programming, the diversity and cultural arts program, community safety and wellness programming and services, as well as vocational educational initiatives. So, our current finances, the board considered all of the process recommendations that came out of the community listening 2.0 and committed to the following six operational actions first here. And this is where we are as far as our current finances as of March 31st, 2022. And as you can see, our total assets are at $68.1 million. And we want to conclude with a brief snapshot of the foundation's current financial picture, which you see here. And as at the end of the month, $68.1 million. Current liabilities, including all remaining rack rent payments, were $35.6 million. So our net assets after all liabilities are paid out were $32.5 million. However, please note that the market is experiencing some volatility right now. Our investment portfolio is currently down more than $1 million since the end of March. And given current market conditions, it may continue to fluctuate over the coming months. If our goal is to begin the fiscal 23-24 year with at least $25 million in our quasi-endowment, the foundation should be able to earmark $5 million for the major strategic initiative or several strategic initiatives totaling $5 million, plus some smaller initiatives to pay our operating expenses in the upcoming fiscal year that will begin in July. And this is our last before the new strategy will kick in. It is worth noting that since 2016, when the foundation took possession of the restitution funds, we have realized investment gains of about $18 million due to the prudent investment strategy we adopted in our investment policy statement and competent investment management by the investment advisor. Since 2016, we have also raised more than $1 million. Since then, we have also dispersed about $22 million, including $1.7 million in community grants, $845,000 in Crestmore scholarships, 14.7 million in RAC grants, and 3 million in other strategic grants. This concludes our presentation for this evening, and again, I want to just acknowledge our partnership with Sean Spano and the Public Dialogue Consortium, our partners at the city as well as the City Council, and of course our Executive Director, Leslie Haramia, who supports all of this work on the day-to-day basis. Thank you.
Thank you both very much, and thank you to also Leslie for being here, and thank you very much for the very detailed presentation. Are there any questions from colleagues? Vice Mayor Mason.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. I was the council member who had requested it, so I want to just thank my fellow council members for also entertaining it. I did just have a couple questions. I want to just start by saying that you mentioned that this was a simple task, and I know this is definitely not a simple task. So thank you and the board for the service that you're giving to the community. I've been really looking forward to this presentation, and I am really excited and reinvigorated that the community does continue to apparently prioritize the library, which was from the first round. So I'm glad to see the library on the list. And really consider our local public schools. One of the questions that I had in looking at the presentation it was sent to the council just for members of the public just a couple minutes before the meeting. But so downtown appears to be number one. I understand it's not the webinar, but it was number one in one of the groups. Then it's not mentioned in the last 10 or so slides when you actually talk about the programs and what you're going to be focusing on, those strategic grants. So I'm wondering, does that mean that it's not a focus of the community foundation or of the funds?
So that's a really good question. I'll refer to Sean in terms of how we got to that outcome, and then I'll finish up on there.
We'll go back to Melissa.
Yeah, and so just to reiterate, those were the community needs. We asked for community needs, and then you saw the downtown beautification revitalization was number one from the focus groups, etc. That was not a question about what the foundation should be funding. It was more of what the community needs are. And so there was not the direct correlation between the community needs and ultimately what the board decided to fund, because the board is working within their three priorities, strategic priorities. So that was one piece that came up. And then you did note, Vice Mayor, you did note that that item did drop down with the webinar participants. They did not see that as the number one item, that they actually moved schools up to number one, and then Safe Parks moved up to number two. So there was a little bit of, I'm not going to say disagreement, but there was a difference between what we heard in the focus groups and the online survey with what we heard on the webinar in terms of the downtown revitalization.
And I'll just add that nothing is off the table, and I think that the board is very mindful of the needs of the community, and if it is within the priorities and it is something that the city council is willing to partner with the foundation regarding any beautification efforts, we're more than happy to engage in that conversation. I also just want to note that really, it was mentioned in the slide deck that we really want to focus on things that are long-term. And although beautification is really important, we want to be able to financially support something that's going to be in the long-term, like the library, or something around really seeing something that could last past a flower. No offense to our folks that have a green thumb, but that we really want to focus on having great impact with the funds that we have remaining.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if the board, if there was communication with the board, but there is a streetscape plan that is supposed to last into longevity with pretty large needs. And as I understood it, the focus groups were really meant to go more in depth as opposed to like the webinars. So I would just ask that they be considered for the time that they they gave really to give more input than I think the rest of the community. And from the webinars that I attended two of them. I did think that downtown was very popular. I mean, it may not have received, I think, as high of the marks as some of the other groups, but I do think that the questions were also much higher level at the webinars than they were at the focus groups, from what I understand. So anyway, I would just say I want to make sure that we don't forget about our downtown because there's so much focus on it right now. I also wanted to ask, there was a slide where number 4 talked about the need to raise money, or the request to raise money, and then later mentioned that the foundation in its, I think 7 or 8 years has raised $1 million. But then there's a slide that then goes on to say that that's not going to be a focus. And so I wanted to kind of hear more about what that thinking and that discussion was to get there, so that it can better understand operationally why that decision was made.
So I just want to clarify that the question is around why we chose not to continue to fundraise?
Yeah.
Yes.
You want me to jump in, Melissa?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you for your question, Vice Mayor Mason. I think there's a couple of factors, and I'm Leslie Hodemy, the Executive Director of the Foundation. Let me introduce myself. One is that historically, from the very beginning, the Community Foundation Board, and this actually even preceded my arrival at the Foundation, made the conscious decision not to actively fundraise, in part, and this was in response actually to other community groups saying, if the foundation, which already has a large corpus, already has a large number of funds under its control, it could hurt the fundraising capabilities of a lot of our other community organizations like the Education Foundation and other nonprofits that could see us potentially being competition. And so there was a definite decision from the beginning not to actively fundraising, especially while we still had a substantial sum of money. And that feeling we heard from, again, actually from some community groups as well in the most recent outreach. So the board was very conscious of that. The board did look at what the costs of creating a fundraising operation would be. We are currently a very leanly staffed operation with 1 full-time staff person and 1 part-time staff person. And to actively fundraise as a major component of our operations is not cheap, especially in the Bay Area, where a development director easily costs more than $100,000 a year. There was some analysis done of what our potential fundraising targets might be, just on a very preliminary basis. And the decision was made, at least at this point, that taking all those factors into consideration, that while we still had substantial sums of money, that wasn't the best operational choice for the foundation. There may be a need, I think, to do further investigation on this to see really what our potential fundraising capability would be and how much that would cost. And it may make sense for the foundation to do that analysis in the next couple of years. So we didn't rule out ever fundraising again, but at this stage where we still had a substantial corpus, and knowing that there would be some substantial costs that would need to be dedicated to fundraising, that it didn't make sense right now. And one of the things about this strategic plan is that there was a concerted decision to constantly be reviewing it, right? So it's not stuck in, that's not the plan for forever. And so, with additional analysis, a different decision about fundraising may be appropriate at a later time.
And what, how did so the $1 million that was raised, how was that raised then?
It's a lot of it came from community partners like YouTube and Google, who have been contributing annually to our annual grants.
program or community grants program. We've also had donations from the Welch family through one of their family foundations for our scholarship program. So they've been, and we've been also had been helping the city fundraise for Community Day in previous years. So some money would flow through the foundation. And then Google and YouTube also partnered on two of our other big strategic initiatives. So one was the First Responder Initiative, because they donated a bunch right after the YouTube shooting in 2018, which then allowed us to do more first responder grants. And they also partnered with us on our pedestrian safety initiative a couple of years ago. So total, it comes to about $1 million, but it's from actually just a very few targeted community partners. So it's not like a broad fundraising operation. We actually have one or two very generous community partners that we have good relationships with that over the past 6-7 years has accumulated about $1 million.
Gotcha. So it's not active fundraising. It's really like partnership and relationship building. Okay.
Correct.
And then I think as far as just the scholarships go, I know in the webinars I was on, there was not a discussion. I don't know if there was a discussion in the focus groups, but around, as I understand them, the current scholarships are not income-based. And whether there's any thought to, there's so few resources, obviously, and we have so many kids, whether there has been any thought to whether they should be income-based, based on just socioeconomic need, because I'm sure all the students are outstanding from the bios that I'm seeing when they come in.
So, the scholarship program was created. It was our very first program created, and we wanted to do something to honor the Crestmore neighborhood and the folks who most directly were affected by the gas pipeline explosion. So the top criteria for the scholarship is active engagement in the San Bruno community. So we want to honor kids who have been active in our community and have been giving back. So that's the top criteria. There are several other criteria, including financial need, which are factored into the deliberations and the evaluation of candidates. So while it's not the sole criterion being used, it is quite actively factored into the evaluation.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. And then I have one more question before I go into another council member, but just around the process for grants. So I understand the city might be different because we're the city, and I'm sure the city manager communicates with you directly. But I'm wondering, for organizations outside of the grant process, what does that process look like? So it was mentioned that the Tan Fran Memorial received additional funds, which I think is great and support. But if there are individuals that are interested in funds for special projects, what is the process for them to request funds outside of your regular grant cycle?
Right. So for the smaller grants, it's definitely the Community Grants Fund, and that's an annual process that's very well publicized, and most community organizations around here know of it. And then for larger grants, it's a combination of where the board has identified some key strategic priorities that in the most recent list, President Natane Jones showed a slide of some of those that we're investigating. So those are a combination of us reaching out into the community to find community partners who are doing work in those areas. And of course, the city has been one of our main partners on that. Others, if groups come to us like the school district, in the most recent music ed grant, we had already done a number of music ed grants, but then the superintendent came back and said, we'd like to continue that. We'd like additional funding to jumpstart this new 6th grade music program at Parkside that we think is critical right now. And so that was in response in part to a community partner request. So it can go both ways.
Okay, thank you. And just a follow-up to the earlier question, I just wanted to just say that, I don't know who from the Community Foundation was on when the recent board members were selected, but the council was assured that that part of the interview questions were around additional fundraising efforts being made. and that there was support for continuing to fundraise. And so I just bring that up because there are operational costs, obviously, to running the foundation that, you know, other foundations in San Bruno don't have. And so how are we kind of making up for those costs, considering that ultimately the funds were brought for public use, right, and for a true impact on the community. So I just wanted to be clear that that's why I asked that question, because it had come up previously. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go around the room once, and thank you, Vice Mayor, and Councilmember Medina, you had your hand up, please.
Yes, thank you, and thank you all for the presentation. It's great seeing everyone again. Vice Mayor Mason asked a lot of the questions, and some of them were similar to mine, and I'll break it down to three different things, right? So the first thing is the downtown element. I did also attend two of the smaller phone-in. It was an interesting, active way to get input, but those numbers of people who attended that were quite lower than the overall clear indication that the residents who responded to the listening campaign's first part clearly wanted to see something more downtown. So I'm glad that you're going to be willing to re-examine things, and the council could not come up with the funding for $300,000 for the streetscape project, which would set us up to actually implement it when more funds are available. So I'm glad that that discussion or the interest in our downtown is still there. Something else that has been discussed publicly is the additional costs in our recreation and aquatic center. When the project was originally envisioned at $50 million, well, that $50 million doesn't make it today, and we're seeing that. So hopefully, it's great that there is $7 million above that you're possibly looking at, and I'm sure, I believe the council did ask our city manager to start those talks about how to increase the funding for the rec center, because the costs have gone up substantially. The last thing I would want to suggest is, although I understand the whole competition in fundraising, something that I brought up at the very, very beginning of the foundation is the ability of the foundation to provide grant writing services, to be able to contact the various vendors that are out there in the public that would assist all of the communities here in all the clubs to find grants, because it takes a certain skill set, and so many of our organizations and clubs are already so busy. So having a resource that is looking out for our community in grants, and that would be outside of community foundation that are out there all along, whether it's Starbucks, Walmart, or all these other grants. I think it would be beneficial that perhaps you could look into providing that service to our overall community. Thank you again for the work that you've done. We're doing a lot of good things together here in San Bruno, so thank you.
Councilmember Salazar.
So first of all, Melissa, Sean, and Leslie, appreciate you being here and going over the process. I definitely participated, including in the interviews that were done and in the sessions, and so I think it's important, probably first and foremost, that the public is aware of process that was undertaken, and that it was definitely, there was a lot of public input, and it was a very open and very transparent process. And so I definitely appreciate you being here to reiterate all of that and sharing the findings again for the public's benefit.
There were a lot of opinions shared tonight, and one thing I wanted to sort of reiterate is that while we all have our opinions and we all shared our opinions during the process, I believe very strongly in what the foundation board is doing, and I fully support your processes. And I just wanted to say that while we do have our opinions, nothing that is being said here tonight should be construed as being direction from the council to do anything other than what you're currently doing. And I just wanted to offer again my thanks to you, the rest of the board. Please pass along our thanks.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and council members. And just for me, finishing it off, I will say thank you for the presentation. It was extremely detailed. I know that whether it's the plan 1.0, 2.0, all of that is listed on your website. I've gone there. I've seen it. I've watched the meetings. I've seen it from last year to this year. So it truly has been out there and available. And obviously you send out your emails with your meetings and you reach out to the community. Sometimes folks maybe would say in the first campaign you might have reached out better than maybe the city had on some certain topics, and we could take some notes. But at the same time, it was a very vigorous reaching out to the community when it came up to what to do in the initial stage, like the president of the board said, and have something that was long-lasting. That was decades for the future, and that's where the Recreation Aquatic Center was came down. And what I would say is the board has done a great job, and we're fortunate in the sense that there's not many organizations that receive these monies, unfortunately, the way we received it. But it was for the betterment of the community, for the city of San Bruno, for what it had happened and what it did to all of us. And it was supposed to have something good come from it. But what this organization and this board, past and present, have done is not only did they keep it, they actually made above what they began in the 501c3 through the investments, through the mindfulness. That doesn't happen in a lot of places that you can say, well, we were bestowed this to hold on to it and to invest it wisely into the community, but we now have more than we began with. So I want to compliment everybody's effort. You don't get paid a lot. The board of the Community Foundation does it out of the spirit and their dedication to what their task is. And I'm going to finish with this because I think it's poignant to remember how this does circle back around. And that's when and I've mentioned this before, when I went to the Economic Advancement Center on Grand Avenue in South City, to their ribbon cutting that is for the north part of the county, but it's also to help small businesses. It's also to help individuals in getting placed and getting assistance to continue on. And a gentleman named Walter came up to me who lived in San Bruno, who acknowledged him and wanted to talk to me and have a picture with me. His folks still live in town, but here he's working at this center and was one of the first recipients of the scholarships, which became and enabled him to become the first member of his family to receive a college degree. And now he has gone to work here to help others. So it comes full circle, and that's what this foundation is about, and that's the difference it's making. So I want to leave us with that story. Once again, thank you everyone for your time, your presentations, and for being here. I wish you a good rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we will move on to consent calendar. All items are considered routine or implemented in an earlier council action and may be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion unless requested. Are there any items on consent that any council member wishes to pull for a separate vote? Seeing none. Are there any items for a comment or question? I was going to already call on you, Councilmember Medina.
Yes, a minor correction in the minutes for A.
Oh, okay.
And a comment on E.
E, yes, I was. Other items? Okay. If not, let's move to item A, which is approve the special and regular meeting minutes of of April the 12th, 2022.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I didn't hear that. Did you say? When you turn your head, I can't hear you.
I apologize. Yes, I don't have Councilmember Hamilton here to remind me. Let's go to. I'm going to read it again. Thank you. Item A on consent is approve the draft special and regular minute meetings for April 12, 2022. Councilmember Medina.
Yeah, just a minor correction. In my comments, I thank staff for the Easter egg hunt. It wasn't the vendors. And that's it. And for everybody attending, it was just a great event. So there you go.
Actually, recall that one. Okay. Any other comments on that? With that, let's move to item E, please. Adopt resolution approving agreement between the City of San Bruno and the Fire Bargaining Unit and authorizing execution by the City Manager. Councilman Medina.
Yes. I just wanted to thank both of the negotiating teams for coming together and getting a 4-year contract agreement in place. Those are always a lot of work, and so I just want to thank everybody for their work.
Thank you. Any other comments on this topic? Let's see if there's any members of the public that should speak on any items on consent. None.
Nope, none.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. This one, no, appreciate it. Thank you. With that, I'll bring it back to council for action.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Salazar M. Medina. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton is absent. Councilmember Marty Medina.
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason.
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Now we will move on to the next section of the agenda, which is conduct of business, item 7. And if I could ask Ms. Bolin to read the first item, item A.
Adopt resolution authorizing the city manager to execute on-call agreements for project management services with CSG Consultants, Swinerton Management and Consulting, and West Yost Associates in amounts not to exceed $1 million for the first fiscal year and 2 additional option years at $1 million each, totaling $3 million for each firm, for a total amount of $9 million for a total 3-year term.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'd like to have our introduction by our city manager, Javon Grogan, and then we will go into the presenters, which he can. City manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public at home. Javon Grogan, the city manager. Ms. Bolin, can I ask you to bring in Public Works Director Matthew Lee and City Engineer Haywan Ritchie as a panelist? They will be providing the presentation. And so that was a long title. So while we have those 2 staff members come in, why don't I give a quick introduction, because wow, that was a lot. So really, what are we doing? What we are doing through this item is solving part of our execution problem. It's sort of a great day to be in Public Works in San Bruno because there are a lot of funded projects, especially with our water, sewer, and street projects. Our challenge, however, is with a very lean staff and a number of vacant positions, is the ability to execute on those projects. And so our new Public Works Director, Matthew Lee, one of the things that I tasked him with is taking a holistic look at our project delivery system and coming forward with a plan to increase our ability to execute on those projects. So we do not have what we've had in previous years, which is funded projects continuing to roll over unstarted, because we know when those projects roll over, they only get more expensive. And the problem that we'll talk about is not a problem that's unique to us. It's not a problem that's unique to cities on the peninsula. It's a problem that many governments are dealing with now, given the inability to hire engineers, and frankly, with the infrastructure dollars that are flowing from the federal and state governments, just more money for infrastructure. And so how do you execute as expeditiously as possible, but still have excellent project management and oversight over these projects? And so what we're here to talk about tonight is a contract with a number of vendors for what's called on-call project management services. So not outsourcing our delivery of capital improvement projects, but adjusting the model a little bit to allow for contract project managers so we can begin on some of these projects and push them forward. I will say that this is not the solution. During the budget process, we are also talking about and analyzing our ability to add additional staff. That comes with a added cost, as well as the cycle time to hire, as well as our ability to attract. But we have a problem now. And part of the solution to that problem is being able to bring on contract project managers. So with that, I'll turn it over to Director Lee to begin the presentation, and he will be supplemented by our city engineer, Haywan Ritchie.
Thank you, City Manager Grogan. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of council. As introduced, my name is Matt Lee. I'm the Public Works Director for the City of San Bruno. I will be doing a presentation today on the on-call project management services with our City Engineer, Deputy Director of Public Works, Haywan Ritchie. Next slide, please. So one of our objectives for this presentation is to make sure that we increase the project delivery capacity of the capital improvement program, deliver more projects sooner with appropriated funding, and right-size the project management resources. Next slide, please. We're going to be giving a little bit of background on the project itself. We're going to talk about San Bruno's CIP project growth and the backlog that City Manager Grogan alluded to, and we're going to discuss our CIP staffing levels, the mitigation efforts we've done to date, and the delivery model, comparable cities, and processes we propose moving forward. And then we'll end with the staff recommendation and any questions. Next slide, please. For a little bit of background, the Public Works Department is responsible for a capital improvement program. The capital improvement program is any improvement to physical infrastructure systems or facilities. Those CIP projects are funded from a variety of sources. Some of them may be local funding sources, some of them may be enterprise funds, some may be state and federal funding sources. Those funding sources are what's used to fund the engineering staff that are required to deliver the projects. Next slide, please. As you can see, since 2016, our CIP total appropriation has grown from $54 million to approximately $96 million, which has seemingly almost doubled within that time frame. As you can see, within the last 3 fiscal years, what City Manager Grogan has alluded to was that we tried to reduce the appropriations for CIP projects to what was absolutely necessary so we could clear the backlog. And so the growth has slowed a little bit, but it's still trending in an upward pattern. Next slide, please. As discussed, this is the list of the funded and programmed projects for the next 3 years that are currently backlogged that staff would like to get some project management services for in order to start the projects. And from this point, I wanted to talk a little bit about where these projects came from. So a majority of these facilities, utility projects, are from master plans that are developed by the city that prioritize infrastructure needs and recommend them on a 10-year work plan. And so with that, I wanted to move on next to City Engineer, Deputy Director Haywan Ritchie, to talk about the staffing levels.
Yes. Thank you, Public Works Director Lee and City Manager Grogan for the introduction. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members, Haywan Ritchie, City Engineer. What I wanted to do is provide an overview of the CIP staffing levels and within the context of the engineering section. This slide will show the section. It consists of 3 divisions. That is the Land Development Division on the very left, the CIP Division in the middle, and on the right, the Traffic Engineering Division. What I would like to do is delve a little bit deeper into each of the divisions because none of the divisions are really an island unto themselves. And so first, I'm going to start with traffic engineering. The traffic engineering position, as you may be aware of it, I believe, because we have a traffic consultant traffic engineer, is that we've had vacancy in this position since April of 2020. We have had an active recruitment, but it just has not been successful. This position for the traffic engineering associate, the technical portion has been is being taken care of by the consultant traffic engineer. However, some of the administrative responsibilities do fall on the existing staff, and that really are tasks that only staff who have access to the network and understand that the processes can take care of. So those are really administrative responsibilities for the TSPC. And right now what is occurring is that those responsibilities are being shared by the CIP principal engineer as well as myself. The CIP principal engineer is also handling the local road safety plan, which might otherwise go to the traffic engineer. The safe route system is handled by our management analyst, and there are other various functions within the CIP that are traffic related that to the extent that we can, we use consultant engineering, but some of those responsibilities just to administer their contract does fall on staff. So next, I would like to discuss the land development division. This particular division has seen rapid growth in the past several years. Previously, this position was one associate engineer, and if there's not a lot of development, then that potentially can be sufficient. They oversee encroachment permits as well as building permit review by Public Works, those that do go to Public Works that affect potentially the right-of-way, and then, of course, the small, medium, and large projects. But because there has been such a rapid and explosive growth in private development, position was added basically by council last fiscal year to add a principal position. And so what that did do is create a vacancy in September 2021 of the associate, because the associate who was a star moved up to the principal position. And again, we've had an active recruitment for that position. It just, we're not getting viable candidates. So what's also happening is that because there is so much growth, some of that work is also being absorbed by myself, the CIP principal engineer, as well as a more tenured associate engineer. So they have taken on various private development projects. This division, as mentioned earlier, also manages the encroachment permits as well as NPDS, the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permits for the city. I would like to next discuss the CIP division, which is the largest division in the center back here. And the reason for our presentation this evening. This division in the center is responsible for delivery of approximately $100 million in CIP. They provide project oversight, develop and track budget and schedule, develop and review RFPs, either design or manage the design, preparation of contract specification, contract administration, bidding, procurement, if there are grant funds, grant administration, reporting, inspections, also handling right-of-way transfers and acquisitions as needed, and also payment management function of the city. So this group has seen a variety of either resignations, retirements, or other separations, and so one of the associate engineers did promote to the CIP when there was a retirement, and that created a vacancy. And as the years have progressed, there have been others who have departed, and so we've had multiple recruitments. We were able to fill one of the a second vacancy that was in the division about 9 months ago, but that still does leave a vacancy since May of 2019. We have had 2 separate recruitments specifically for CIP. and those were opened and closed. And then most recently, we have experienced another vacancy as of this month with an engineering technician and inspector position. I would also like to mention that the facilities division has moved over to the Public Works division, and we do have a manager. However, there may be certain projects that engineering may need to provide support, and so what is shown in this dash line is an architect PM. We anticipate that we will be able to have this capacity with our on-call contracts currently, but in the future there may be a need for a more dedicated position. And so, as Director Lee had mentioned, there were attempts to right-size what could be delivered according to the staff that we had, and some of the projects were partially unfunded to be appropriated in later years due to the staff resourcing. This did not overall reduce the number or types of projects, but it did increase the length of certain phases, so construction may have been pushed back. This does not come with other costs, though. Postponing CIP delivery can create a higher risk in failure due to aging infrastructure, cost escalations, as well as just an increase of the backlog because there are more and more projects being added, or a need for new projects, I should say. And so within this background as well, there's also the regulatory landscape, especially with respect to stormwater. The municipal regional permit is currently in the process of being updated from 2.0 to 3.0. And so, as we're trying to right-size the ship, there's, constantly more heavy regulations on agencies and projects. And so after we deferred some of the projects, this was not a viable solution on its own. So what we did was we performed a comparison of agencies to evaluate their CIP delivery approaches. And so on the left here, it's a sliding scale. On the left, we have San Mateo, who completes their projects mostly in-house. On the right, we have the City of South San Francisco, which for the most part delivers those projects by consultants. And then what we are proposing is ourselves a hybrid model of where we both manage projects as well as consultants. This is a snapshot of the fiscal year 21-22. CIP size for the City of San Mateo is about $52 million. For San Bruno, it was $96 million, and for South San Francisco, it was $130 million. And then you can see the staff levels. So in San Mateo, there are 21 engineers, project managers, and transportation planners delivering their CIP. In the City of South San Francisco, they have 5 engineers, but also approved $18 million of contracts by project managers over the course of 3 years, and the request of staff tonight is for $9 million in contract project management services over the course of 3 years. This is a snapshot of the CIP delivery model. So currently, project management is primarily handled by staff, with the exception of the RAC project. Design is primarily contracted out. There may be certain projects, potentially grant funded, that those have to be handled in-house, and so the staff do perform some minimal design, but for the most part, those are contracted out, especially pump stations and tanks, those highly specialized fields. Bid and award is primarily by staff, and then construction management has been a hybrid. Smaller projects may be managed by staff, but construction managers are being more and more brought on because of the size of the project and staffing levels. The proposed model is for project management to be a hybrid between staff and consultants. Design will still primarily be contracted out. Bid and award will be primarily staff. There will be oversight closely on these. And then construction management will be primarily contracted out. So the city issued a request for qualifications in January of 2022. we received 5 proposals in the area of project management in February of 2022. There were 3 firms that were best qualified for CIP project management. Those were CSG, Swinnerton, and West Jost. There were also 2 other qualified firms for private that were more identified more as better qualified for private development project management. And so the 3 that we are proposing to move forward tonight are CSG, Swinnerton, and West Jost. Should staff's proposal be accepted, this slide shows the on-call contract process. Staff will define the project scope and funding, align the qualifications of the consultants with the scopes, and issue task orders. Through the project delivery cycle, project management represents approximately 5% of the project budget based on fiscal year, and what staff is doing is requesting contracting capacity, not necessarily to just have an agreement with each of the consultants for $1 million. I think we would identify the best projects for consultants and issue task orders specifically for that task. So each activity will be monitored for each project. So our recommendation tonight is to authorize the city manager to execute an agreement for project management services with CSG Consultants, Inc., Swinnerton Management and Consulting, and West Jost Associates in an amount not to exceed $1 million for the first year, and 2 additional optional years at $1 million each, totaling $3 million for each firm for a total amount of $9 million for a 3-year term. And staff is available for any questions.
Thank you both for the presentation and the report this evening. What I'd like to do at this time is ask my colleagues for any questions on the presentation. Questions on the presentation, then we'll open it to the public, see if there's any public comments, and then we'll bring it back to council for deliberation and or action. Comments on the questions on the presentation, colleagues? Councilmember Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what we're looking at tonight is not a request for additional funding, but simply authorization to spend the money. I'm wondering, and I know I've seen this in other contracts, public works contracts before, where the project management component could be included as one of the authorizations that we do on a project-by-project basis. So I'm wondering why the need now to separate that authority from the individual projects and do it in this way. It's in a blanket manner.
Director Lee, would you like to respond?
Yeah, so I can take that through the mayor, Councilmember Salazar. So traditionally, that's how we would typically do it. And I think one of the challenges that we're currently facing is because of the current backlog. If there's 26 projects, we would have to take 26 of those RFPs and execute those contracts. What we're asking for is to allow us to be able to start and get these projects rolling by getting on-call contracts to be able to move those forward. That does not necessarily mean that these projects are not going to go to council. When they go low bid, they'll go to council. If we do an RFP for a design firm, that will go to council as well. These on-call contracts for project managers are to help us get the project started.
Okay. And, we're looking at about $96 million in projects, $9 million for this, about 10% of that. And I'm assuming that when those projects that are currently in the pipeline right now were scoped originally, we weren't anticipating outsourcing this. So will there be a negative variance to those projects now because of this expenditure? Or because we're changing the model, are we going to have to reevaluate the cost of those projects?
Yeah, so I think when we normally plan for these projects, there's an assumed 5% for project management, which is our staff time as well. I think for projects in the beginning, we're estimating what we're estimating for at times. There are sometimes things that change over time, like scope. So there may be cost increases because of scope, but we do assume for project management costs because that's what our staff time is accounting for.
And are there any savings from the open positions that exist in the department that could be used to offset the CIP costs?
So most of the engineer's salary comes from CIP projects because they're working on projects most of the time. There's not typically a lot of like funding for an engineer. They literally have to charge their time to projects. There is a small percentage for certain engineers, and those savings could be utilized for things that may not be project related.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
And Councilman Medina, if you don't mind, I'll pause for a second. I just want to go to the city manager, if that's okay, who may want to add to some of those questions or answers.
Yeah, I didn't want to jump in there, but I want to expound upon the last answer and then also go back to the prior question. So with regard to, will some of these projects cost more money because we're shifting the service delivery model? The answer to that is not all of them, but potentially some of them will cost more money. What's also important to realize is that if we don't start on these projects, escalation could be 5 or 6%, right? We know that CPI is over 5%, and cost escalation on some of our projects went up by 7% over the last 12 months. And so there's also an opportunity cost of not beginning these projects too. And, you know, we have the luxury of having money to execute on these primarily water and sewer projects. And then we're not talking about the Measure G projects, but, you know, street projects too. But not executing means that those projects cost more, just with normal cost escalation. But also, Councilmember Salazar, going back to your prior question around, is this a normal practice to do what I would typically call a purchase order for these type of services, and then you issue task orders on that? The answer is, while we have not historically done that in Public Works, we are purposely shifting the model or recommending shifting the model. That is exactly what we do for our development projects. We have been experiencing a hike or a accelerated amount of development. Those projects are reimbursable. And so we have went out for contract plan reviewers, contract CEQA environmental consultants, to have those firms dedicated to the city. They have a PO with the city. When that project comes in, we can execute on that PO, give them a task order so they can begin. That's part of this model too. It's to, I think there are 3 firms here, have these 3 firms under contract with the city, because we know we have projects that are going to need project managers, versus doing an RFP or a solicitation every time we have project management services, and build a relationship with the firms that we can issue them task orders on. So it's really like doing a blanket PO process, and we do that as a normal practice of business in other lines. We're now recommending to do it in Public Works.
Councilmember Medina.
Yeah, I'm just recalling working here in Public Works and when the department head would come in and put on the board all the things we needed to do. And as an inspector, it was like, there's no way we can do all that work. We need more inspectors. So fast forward to today, we're hearing we still have all this work and we can't hire the engineers. And there's an inspector that also recently left. So we don't have the staff currently to do the work that we need to do. So understandably, I get it. I'm just a little bit uncomfortable with this change. The biggest part of my uneasiness is the schedule of all these projects here, $109 million. When are they going to happen? You know, and it says from 2022, 23, 24. So it would have been helpful for me to understand better how this would all lay out with the current staff we have and how we're bringing on the people to help us get this work done. And it's basically, what are the priorities for our CIP of all these projects here? And I can tell you from experience that doing brand new tanks, I doubt we have anybody that can do that. You know, that's a really specialized field to do the inspection and the contract management of tanks. So there's 30 million there, right? So Councilman Salazar asked pretty much the same question. What's the cost differential? And when does the council get updated on what's happening? That's my concern. And having a schedule of what we're going to be trying to do in the next 3 years to justify these costs, that would be very helpful in being able to say, to give you a resounding yes, where right now I'm hesitating, thinking, okay, I see that you need it, but I'm not really fully comfortable with going forward with not knowing which projects are set up for 2022, and then 23, 24, and then the overall organizational concern that we're not having. I'm concerned about the development of the staff engineers to be able to do this work in the future, and becoming more and more reliant on the consulting side of things, right? So those are my concerns and comments, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councilmember Medina. I'm going to this is just me, but I bet you I'm going to wish to call upon Director Lee and the City Manager. I don't know who in which order, but to both of you, please feel free to chime in whenever you wish.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me start off, and then I'll toss to Director Lee. Councilmember Medina and Council, I think there's a couple key points that we should reiterate. All of these projects are priorities. They're actually funded projects that we are not able to begin because we don't have the resources to begin them. And so it's not a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's or a wish list of projects we want to begin. These are funded projects that we need to begin. Many of them are overdue. And so we are not the first city that has sort of entered this scenario where you have funded projects and you have an execution problem because you don't have the bodies to execute, right? And so how do you execute? You either hire the bodies, or you do consultants, or you do a hybrid. Most people in our scenario, in our growth path, actually choose a hybrid because you can't bring people on fast enough to execute on the funded projects that we have. In addition, given at our compensation level and being in the peninsula, when we attract and the recruitments that we've had, we are typically hiring new engineers. We have not been successful in attracting that lateral engineer. And so for those complex projects, we frankly, professionally, absolutely have to track those out. And for some of the vacant engineer positions that we have that City Engineer, Deputy Director Richie just went over, and some of the potential engineers that we'll be recommending through the budget process, if we approve those even today, it's likely 6 months before we can bring them on, and potentially another several months before some of them are ready to take on some of these complex projects that we have. And they're going to need support from our existing engineers and our senior engineers, which is really our Deputy Director and our Public Works Director. And so our staff, the current ones and the new ones that we may hire, are really going to have to be managers of consultants to execute on the funded projects. Now, absolutely what we want to do is to fill our vacant positions, hire some new engineers, and train those up so that we retain that capacity in-house. But we know, for example, when we talk about our water tank and our water master plan, that some of our steel tanks really need to be replaced. We raised our sewer rates 5 years ago and had 4 years of 5% rate increases to do these projects. And the council knows that, frankly, a lot of them we haven't been able to begin on. If we don't allow ourselves to bring on additional capacity to start executing, our ability to financially do these, or what we will need to raise the rates to do them in the future because the costs have increased, will only exponentially get harder. And so we don't make this recommendation lightly. We know that many of our staff, management, would love to have the personnel that work for the city to execute on these projects. Where we are today, with the backlog we have, that's not possible. And so we really, we believe, need to go with the hybrid approach. And as far as reviewing when will council get updated, that's what we do with the CIP process and with our quarterly updates. That we are, once we have more staff, we'll begin posting to the website on a more regular basis. But in this CIP budget, you'll receive an update, and unfortunately, that update will be a lot like the update you received for the last 3 years. Dozens of millions of dollars worth of projects that are funded are rolling over and haven't started because we simply don't have the capacity. And so that is what the analysis that I've tasked the department to do, and that's really part of the solution that we're bringing you tonight, is for these projects that are in our approved capital improvement plan, adjusting our model so we can bring on-call project managers to begin executing on them. Director Lee, and Deputy Director Ritchie, please opine if I've left anything off.
I'll start first, and then I'll segue to City Engineer Ritchie. City Manager Grogan really summarized it really well. I think one of the challenges we have is being able to actually bring on staff, right? If you recall from the presentation, we still have one CIP associate engineer vacant. When we actually did the recruitment twice and we brought on the newer engineer 9 months ago, we actually made 2 offers. One of them rejected the offer because it was not enough, and they probably had another opportunity somewhere else that compensated them more. And so they moved on. And so we're constantly trying to put the recruitments out when we can for those positions, right? If there's one of the ideas we talked about with HR is to have a continuous recruitment. But when you do that, sometimes the position gets stale, people see it, and then nobody applies. So we actually have to run through recruitments in the list at those times. One thing I really want to just clarify on is that this is for project management services. We still will be getting design services for things like tanks, right? So it's not like we hire a project manager and then they can just go work on the project. We're going to have to hire a designer. That in-house expertise of designing water tanks is hard to have in a small city if you're not replacing tanks, all the time. And so we're obviously going to need that technical expertise. What we're trying to get is the project management and administrative support to help us get these projects out. That's the goal that we want to do. In terms of the schedule, like City Manager Grogan said, I would say on that list, pretty much all those projects are already appropriated. There's only a handful of projects on there that are in the future fiscal years that we have programmed, and I can have City Engineer Ritchie speak to that a little more. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I agree with what City Manager Grogan and Public Works Director Lee have mentioned. We do have many exciting projects. It's not all the time that an agency will have pump station projects and tank projects. And I can speak on a personal level, being here over 3.5 years at this point, that we have amazing staff. The staff that we do have are incredibly dedicated, hardworking, really care about work quality and product. But they are hurting right now because there is a shortage, and then there's also, there's the pressure of getting these projects delivered, because that is, the jobs that we were hired to do, but when we're absorbing work of other vacancies, it just becomes very challenging. And so, we do have staff that are incredibly invigorated and excited by the projects, and we definitely want to develop them, and I think that is happening. I think we do need to look at a more balanced approach, though, because I don't think it is what not listed on the table that Director Lee had shown were actually all the projects that the staff is managing. So that table was a project list of about 26. The staff that we do have, the 3.5 that are currently filled, are managing 30 plus projects, and so they are just taking longer, and picking up the pieces in other places. And so I think what we're really aiming to do with this request is really try to provide a bit more balance so that we can grow staff, and we can provide staff with the opportunities for the projects that they most desire to have experience on. But if they've already managed several avenues, water, wastewater, main replacement projects, that they could oversee a consultant, and that's another skill as well, is to provide project oversight and manage consultants. And I think these are all very useful skills. So I think moving in this direction, I don't believe deprives our current engineers from, even more opportunities.
Are there additional questions, Councilmember Medina?
I just want to make sure I'm just going to be clear. I'm not saying it's not needed. I'm saying as a council member, not knowing is it 19 or 20 that are on this table, right? So that's 19 or 20. I just counted them right now, so I could be off by one. But the idea is it's just helpful for me to understand when these projects are supposed to start. And I understand all of them are behind schedule. They haven't started yet. That's my understanding of it.
Yeah, they're backlogged.
None of them started. It would just be helpful as a council member to have a better grasp of what I'm approving, right? So I'm okay with going forward with this, but I would like staff to return with a schedule, a timeline. Like what we tried to do when I was here in San Bruno is we could have allocated hours for each inspector, engineer on each project, and that would be super helpful for me to understand exactly. I know it's needed, but how badly needed is it? And we're definitely going to need more inspectors, right? Because there's no way this work can get completed with only 2 inspectors. So we're going to need inspectors as well. So that's my ask, is that I think back in the day, and Mayor Medina probably could give more detail on, there was a surface subcommittee and a subsurface subcommittee. These individuals, the council members, were kind of being updated what's getting done. And right now, we have a list, and the flow of communication isn't there where I'm comfortable with it. So I believe it's definitely needed. I just want to be comfortable understanding what we're proving and how it's going to be built out. And there has to be a priority here, because the priorities before were we had to take care of overflows, right? We had a consent decree that we were in violation of, and we had to comply. That consent decree is gone now. So of these 19, what is the number 1 project that needs to get done? Kind of like that, right? What's the second? And then you start doing the work. So that's where I'm coming from, of just understanding how this is going to get done and when, so that we have a way to be accountable as council members and also as staff to the public. And the city manager is absolutely right. We've been rolling over money every year because we don't have enough staff to get the work done. Staff's really busy, but we just don't have enough staff to get the work done. And here are 19. These are all funded projects. That's my last question. All these projects are funded.
So all of them are active projects. Some of the projects are in our 5-year plan with planned applications for its subsequent years. So, but Councilmember Medina, let me commit on behalf of the city and the department that we will get a schedule for these projects. But we cannot begin that without initiating this process or for on-call project managers or delaying them. Right now, the schedule is none of them have begun, none of them will begin because we don't have the resources. And again, these 19 projects are the backlog projects. But if this is approved, what we will do is we will work with the three vendors, identify the time that they have to dedicate, who they have on their roster that has the expertise for these specific projects, and develop the schedule on when we can execute. One of the challenges with saying this is the highest priority and this is number one is that something may be number one, but number three may begin because there's a available consultant on.
Yeah, I get that. I totally understand all that.
Sure.
Yeah, you're constantly juggling, and the priorities to shift and availability of staff. So also with this trio of consultants, they're going to assist with coming up with the schedule and based on their personnel to be able to go, hey, we could do these three first year, and then it'll be hard for them to go much further than that because everybody's busy, right? If there's a shortage of engineers, it's not just in San Bruno. So I trust that you're going to give me a schedule that will be very beneficial, and I'm sure we're going to go through this during budget. But I do appreciate the conversation, and I will be supporting this at least through the first year because we could always change it all up later, right? But I'm okay with going forward. And can you give me any assurances that if we were to void the second year or the third year, there's no penalties? What's the consequence of saying, hey, that option, you know what, now, a miracle, we hired 10 amazing engineers, and we're going to be doing it in-house. But is there any consequences for not picking the option for the remaining terms?
Through the mayor.
Please, Director Lee, thank you for asking.
Yeah, through the mayor. So those option years are set up in the contract in a way so that they're just that. The city and the consultants are aware that it's within the city's option to extend those years. So that way we don't go too far out there, right? And have this commitment. And even if for the first year it's $1 million, we're right. Like we said through the process, it's through task orders, and we bring funding as we bring scope. So we necessarily don't have to spend the whole $1 million either, right? It's just based on our project need.
And this is what this is. I'm good. I'm ready. I'll listen to my colleagues, and I'm ready to support this.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Mason.
Yeah, thank you for that. So I had a number of my questions answered earlier today. I was able to get in touch with the city manager, and so I appreciate that because our one-on-ones have been a little off because of my schedule, so thank you for the time. But I thought it was just important to kind of highlight what I'm in agreement with my fellow council members on the concern around this. And so what I wanted to suggest to the council was that we not approve 3 years, but we approve 1 year, because I do think that we need to protect and maintain the grants that we've received. One of the issues that was raised is that there are a number of grants that some of which could be expiring, and we don't have anybody working on them. So we're actually going to lose money in addition to not getting the project done. So we do, I think we need to move forward on that. And we also really need to look at the department growth or support the balance for the or work load balance. And we're entering into budget season. So part of the conversation we had today is that I actually wasn't aware we don't have a project manager right now. We don't have that classification. And so I think that, you know, hopefully we'll see something along those lines in budget season, because I think we should grow staff inside and we should develop staff inside, but there is a nationwide labor shortage right now, and I think everybody across the board is really feeling the need for a workforce, but that workforce is not coming, so we don't really know what's going to happen there. And understanding that, I think it would be beneficial to the city to ensure that within a year there is a plan, right? So why approve 3 years when we can approve 1? And at 1 year, we have what's the plan for this department moving forward? How are we developing our staff? How are we attracting staff? And hopefully by then we'll have attracted some staff, and maybe the need won't be so great. For me, I've also been really shocked at the master plan costs. They're $500,000 for some of these plans we've received. And I'd really like to see in a year what within those plans has been completed that's within these projects. So I think this is a way to support the department in achieving what it's trying to achieve, helping our new director to move forward, but ensuring that there's accountability before we approve another $6 million. So we would essentially be approving $3 million, up to $3 million, as I understand it. But within a year, there has to be a report back to the council, and the council would have to approve an additional year prior to the city entering into an additional year contract. So that's what I would propose. I know we haven't done public comment yet, but I am uncomfortable with approving $9 million in 3 years at this time.
Director Lee?
Yeah. Mayor, let me take that first, because I want to toss it to the city attorney to clarify that our contracting process will allow that. Because I totally understand the hesitation. I also understand a desire to actually get to a point where we can have staff on board, so we don't have to rely on consultants, right? What I could tell you is that even if we allocate more positions in the budget, that budget doesn't start till July 1. Our ability to recruit, it's likely a 6-month process, and then staff will have to come on board and ramp up. This problem isn't solved in a year. And I know we did a RFP process or RFQ process for these contractors, and if we don't allocate the full 3 years, what I don't want staff to have to do in the limited staff we have is to do a whole nother RFP process beginning essentially 8 months from now, so we can bring you back another contracting agreements to execute for the second year. And so the way these contracts are structured is the city is not spending $1 million, $3 million, or $9 million. You are essentially giving the city authority to enter into contract, and things are expensed on task orders. And so what I would recommend is if the city council has hesitancy about approving the entire thing, is you do that, but what staff will do is we will report back on where we have expended after a year, and council has the ability to say, okay, stop, no longer execute. But don't stop this contracting process, because if we don't enter into contract with those optional years, that, in my understanding, nullifies, we won't be able to extend without doing a new contracting process. But I'll toss that to the city attorney to clarify.
City attorney, please. Your chair,
Sure.
Go ahead.
I think I'm understanding the question, but the process that staff used was in compliance with the city's purchasing policy. And as I think we've noted before, there's no state law that requires any particular process to be used for the procurement of professional services, but the process staff used certainly was a best practice with an RFQ. And as I think you've heard from staff, these types of contracts are not uncommon. The city council has previously approved on-call contracts for repair services and so on. And even though those are different, those aren't professional services, they also complied. They were all competitively bid and were approved by the city council. So this just really is a way to ensure that the city maintains its capacity to execute on projects that, in this case, we know exist. So in some sense, it's more compelling in a way than the on-call contracts you've already approved for repairs, because you don't know that those repairs will necessarily be needed. But here, I think staff has indicated that they know these projects are in the pipeline and are already funded by the ratepayers.
I think if I may, to the mayor.
Please, Vice Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the city attorney's up front, and I think the question though that the city manager was raising was around the actual contract, and the way I read the staff report without seeing the RFP is each totaling $3 million for each firm for a total of $9 million for a total 3-year term. And it says right above that 2 additional optional years. So normally in RFPs, when you have the option, you can opt to add after your first year, as opposed to entering into a 3-year contract off the bat if that's how the RFP was written. So without seeing the RFP and seeing the staff report, it does appear that we actually can make a determination after the first year whether to continue in contract with the companies. And I just want to be clear. I don't know these companies one way or the other. My issue is not with the company. I want to ensure that we're following up and making sure that the money that is being expended is resulting in the master plans that we've approved, that it's falling in the direction that we have already invested in, and that we are also investing in the staff retention, the staff development, and that we're also hiring. And I think this would allow us to do all of that. But I need to make sure that the contract is okay, as the city manager brought that up.
Sure, and if I may, through Mr. Mayor, so I'm sorry if I missed the question. So it's not uncommon to have a contract that has option periods, and it's really a policy decision whether the option periods start after the first year, second, third year, or later. So I think and actually irrespective of what the RFP said, the city council, there's nothing inconsistent with what staff is recommending now and the RFP, because the RFP includes a provision that the city may award the contracts to the extent, essentially as determined by the city council. So the city retains the right to change that. And so we would make sure that whatever the city council does decide, that it's properly reflected in the contract.
Through the mayor, if I can.
Hold on. Vice Mayor, did that answer? And I'm going to turn it over to the city manager. Maybe we just pause if that's okay, Vice Mayor, and then let's have the city manager add. Thank you. City manager.
Okay, so I think to clarify this, there's essentially 2 options. One is the option that staff recommended, which is you authorize the city manager to enter into a contract with 2 optional years. What I understood Vice Mayor Mason's request or statement was, let's not do a 3-year contract, let's do a 1-year contract. What the concern that I brought up with that is that if we do a 1-year contract, then we would have to redo the RFP process. The Vice Mayor's clarification, I think that the second option is not that. The second option is for the city council to authorize the city manager to enter into a 3-year contract with 2 1-year optional extensions, but those options have to be executed by the city council, not the city manager. That accomplishes a goal of being under contract through the RFQ process that we did, and having the firm say, yes, we agree to sign that contract with 2 optional years. What I think that I hear the Vice Mayor saying is we don't want that option at the city manager level. We want that option at the city council level. That doesn't cause a contracting problem where we would only execute a 1-year contract and then have to go back out through a new RFP process. Is that clear? I see a few people nodding their heads, but let's talk about that part. And City Attorney Zafrano, do you understand what I'm saying? There's 3 options.
Yes, thank you. I do understand now. Thank you very much. That makes sense.
I think the city manager was looking for maybe more. City Attorney, I'm not sure.
Sorry. Well, so I think that the short answer is the city council can certainly authorize the city manager to to sign those extensions. That's not a violation of any contracting authority if it's authorized by the city council. Does that answer the question?
No, go ahead, city manager, because no, it doesn't.
Yeah. So let's talk about three options. One option is to only do a 1-year contract. If we only do a 1-year contract, that means after 1 year we need to do an RFQ process again. We're not saying do that. The other option is to authorize a 1-year contract with 2 optional years at the city manager's discretion. What I hear the vice mayor saying is she's uncomfortable with that because the council doesn't get to say yes to the 2 years. The third option is for the city council to authorize a 1-year contract with 2 optional year extensions, but those extensions have to be approved by the city council. That, I think, accomplishes the vice mayor's goal, but also is not the first option, which is only a 1-year contract. So after 1 year, we have to redo the RFQ process.
Yeah. Would you? Can I respond?
Yes, please, Vice Mayor.
So I think the third option is almost right there. So I would say it looks like what was from the staff report. There was an RFP for a 1-year contract, 2 optional years. So what I'm suggesting is that the council would move forward, obviously with a vote with a 1-year contract. The item would come back to the council before the option to enter into a 2nd or 3rd year is signed or executed. And we would have a report back on what has been accomplished in the 1st year. So that should be within the RFP based on what I'm reading in the staff report. You shouldn't have to issue another RFP by doing that. And then the council would be able to address the concerns that were raised tonight around ensuring that the work that is being presented to us is going to be accomplished.
So I think the vice mayor wants to make sure that is the understanding that she's just articulated is it can be done under the current RFP and it meets any needs.
Yes. Yeah.
City manager, just because your hand's up.
Well, yes. Let's clarify. What I hear the vice mayor saying is the council would authorize a 1-year contract for totaling $3 million, $1 million for each of the 3 firms. That's it, a 1-year contract. We wouldn't, if the contract is just for 1 year, we would not be able to execute a optional year extension because it wouldn't be in the contract. In order to do what the vice mayor is saying, you need to authorize a 1-year contract with 2 1-year extensions that are executed at the city council's discretion. Otherwise, if we only do a 1-year contract, you have to redo the RFQ process because
I think what you said that is not in the staff report is at the city council discretion. So you enter into the year contract. I don't think there's any disagreement that it's already an RFP with an optional 2 years. That I don't think that's the issue. The difference is that the 2 years cannot be triggered or you can't move forward on anything past 1 year without bringing this back to the council for approval.
Yes, that is an adjustment to the staff recommendation. The staff recommendation has it at the city manager's authority. What I hear the vice mayor articulating is to place that authority at the city council. That is a change, and that is totally consistent and fine. But it's not a 1-year contract. It's a 1-year contract with 2 optional year extensions. That the city council has the sole discretion to execute, to authorize.
Sounds good.
I'm sorry, council member?
It's kind of what we were talking about earlier. Their staff is going to come back, give us a report, talk about what's being done, and then we're good.
Okay, I'm sorry, Councilmember Salazar. Then I'll say something, and then we haven't even gone to the public yet. So
I only wanted to say that it seems like it's getting very convoluted in terms of what we would authorize, because the way it's written right now, and I think the only way that we we can move forward with this is authorizing the city manager to sign the agreement that has the 2-year options. Now, whether or not we have him come back to us before he executes or triggers the 2nd year, we have to authorize him to accept the agreement for 3 years. I think that's the bottom line. Unless we want to have this rebid next year. And I understand where the city manager's concern is with that. And frankly, I agree. It's not worth the effort to do this every year if we know there's going to be an ongoing need. And I think I'm far less optimistic in that we're going to be completely staffed up by next year or even the year after that. You're just looking at the breadth of the projects that are in the pipeline, that the specialties are going to be all over the place. So I don't know that there's going to be 1 or 2 or 3 people that are going to be able to execute on these. And so having that bench of resources available to us is going to be, I think, really critical for us to move forward on these and to do that efficiently.
Vice Mayor Mason, then I'm going to call on Rico Medina.
Yeah, I just want to clarify that there would be no rebidding. So the only change, there's an RFP that was already out. There's already responses that agreed to a 1-year contract with an option to extend for 2 years. The only difference is that after year 1, the city manager cannot sign the contract without coming to the council first for approval. And so and I think that given that this is a shift in the model of how the city has done business, and given that it is $9 million, I'm just saying that I think that after a year, we really should see how it's going, see what funds have been expended and what we've received as a city as a result of those expended funds, and then where the city is in particular on that particular department's hiring at that time, hiring, developing, whatever it might be. Because I understand that the staff is right now overwhelmed with the amount of work, and I just think it would provide some checks and balances, and if everything's going well, it really shouldn't be a whole lot of extra staff work to come back and report back what has been expended the first year and what has been accomplished. So anyway, Councilmember Salazar, my point is that the only difference is that it would come back to the council after the first year. There shouldn't be another RFP, and we can ask the city attorney to confirm that.
Councilmember Salazar.
Okay, and I agree. I agree with the vice mayor in terms of bringing it back and reevaluating at the end of the year. My point was that the initial agreement has to include language about optional 2 years, or else it'll expire at the end of the year. And so when we get to the point about bringing this forward, and I know we still need public comment, but my intent is to introduce this resolution, including those optional years. And so I just don't want there to be any disagreement or any confusion around what it is that I'm proposing, because I do agree that we should come back and revisit it. I believe the city manager agreed that he was amenable to bringing that back to us before the end of the first year, so that we can make a decision here as a council to move forward on that. But we do need to include those optional years in this authority that we're granting tonight. And so I just wanted to make sure we were clear on that.
Okay. So at this time, again, there are questions for the presentation. I think we've gone a little array on that. So why don't we open it to the public? Because if somebody has been waiting for that, because everybody's had an opportunity or two to speak, except myself. So let's open it to the public to see if there's any questions or comments from the public at this time. Go ahead, Ms. Mull.
Seeing none.
Thank you kindly, and I thank you for doing that. Appreciate it. Quickly before I go to the, you have your hand up. So Vice Mayor Mason.
Sorry, just for clarity, because I heard Councilmember Salazar. Again, I just want to point out, my question is not around putting the additional 2 years into that. That is already part of whatever the RFP was. it's really putting into the contract and 2 additional optional years at the discretion of the council or at the decision of the council. So it really is adding it's adding the council to that requirement. And maybe that question is for the city attorney. I don't imagine it should be a problem, but it's just saying that instead of granting the execution of the contract for the additional 2 years to Javon before the city manager goes back to sign, he has to come back to us for approval of those additional 2 years. So I hope that's clear. I think we've confused maybe the situation, but I wanted to be clear. For me, it's not about the additional optional 2 years being in the contract. It's adding that in order for the city manager to execute those, the city council has to approve them.
Okay. If my memory's correct, my memory's not that bad yet, but I think that in the past, and I'm going to call on you, city attorney, if in the past, the former public works director, I'm pretty sure, was managing projects because of the staffing component. So he was doing a lot. I know that I think one of his tasks too were the consent decree, which were completed, had to be a priority, as was mentioned by the Councilor Medina. Now, doesn't staff still going to have to need to manage and kind of oversee the consultants? And obviously, we're already saying we don't have a lot of that. So I'm trying to understand, too, how all of it's going to be done efficiently and effectively with the staff report that we received about the recruitment issue and retention, in addition to bringing on all of this because of the need. So that is one of the things I was wanting to ask a while ago, but just I'm going to ask now.
Director Lee,
manager.
Yeah,
Director Lee.
Yeah, that's a great question, right? And so what we're actually proposing here is to allow us the flexibility to be able to increase our delivery capacity as we try to bring on more staff and grow our staff from within, like Vice Mayor Mason has indicated her desire for us to do. Councilmember Salazar has also indicated, and I agree with that, this is not a single year problem that we're going to solve miraculously by hiring staff all within 1 year. It's going to be a multi-year effort. The projects that we also currently work on aren't 1 year effort projects. Some projects take longer than 1 fiscal year. And so you do need the timelines in the contract to allow for those task orders to go through. The goal here and the staffing plan that we have is what City Engineer Richie described in the PowerPoint presentation. We're trying to find the Goldilocks effect, right? The happy middle, where we're not hiring all staff, doing every single work. We're not contracting everything out. We're trying to retain a hybrid so that we do have the capacity for staff to retain the institutional knowledge that needs to be. I think it seems a little challenging because for cities along the peninsula, they traditionally have engineers do every function of project delivery, which is project management, design engineering, contracting, construction management, inspection, and budgeting. And so those things are now, because of the sheer volume of work that we're doing, we're trying to section those off a little bit further. I think one of the concerns is, well, if you have someone managing projects, how do you retain that with the little staff that you have? I would try to explain it in a way of like an organizational chart. We're essentially expanding our capacity in a matrix organization where we're adding project managers under our engineers, and they will be, quote unquote, helping them lead the effort and helping them oversee some of those projects. And that's where the oversight comes in. It takes definitely less time to oversee a project than to actually be managing the project yourself. And so that will allow them for that capacity to expand. How much it expands is going to be dependent on how fast we can ramp up our current newer engineers to be able to manage consultants. We do have some seasoned people here with City Engineer Richie and our principal engineers, and they've managed consultants in the past, so they can handle additional consultants on to help them with the work. I just want to make sure that we understand that with the on-call contracting, the consultants, like we've all been talking about, are also very busy and short-staffed. And in order for them to be able to commit resources to us, they have to understand that we have a pipeline of projects for us to be able to retain project managers for them to dedicate to our city. And so that's really what we're trying to do as we try to ramp up and right-size the organization by hiring engineers and training and growing them from within. City Engineer Richie, do you have anything to add?
I do not. That was well stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so is there any final discussion from colleagues? This is an action item. And I'll turn to my colleagues. Councilmember Salazar.
Thank you. So in order to move forward, I would propose that in the resolution we add at the end, be it further resolved that the city manager will return to the council prior to executing any optional years beyond the first year, and leave the rest of the resolution as is.
Second.
Motion and second, and City Attorney, I see a smile, so I'm going to assume that works. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton is absent. Councilmember Marty Medina.
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason.
I have a chance to question. Is it for approval? Sorry. Return to the council for approval, Councilmember Salazar? I know we have a motion on the table, but that's how my vote's gonna.
Well, I understand, but we had time for on the question, but Councilmember Salazar is changing the verbiage within the resolution at the bottom portion, which was to return, but Councilmember,
I will accept that friendly amendment to my motion.
Then yes, thank you.
And Councilmember Medina, do you accept that friendly amendment to that motion? Okay, and we continue the roll call on this friendly motion. And,
Mayor Rico Medina.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much, Ms. Boland. At this time, I'm going to ask for us to take a 5-minute break, and we're going to convene back just in 5 minutes. Please don't log off. Just use your mic.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor? Thank you. All right, let's come out of recess and come back to the April 26, 2022 meeting. We've concluded under conduct of business item A, and now we will move on to item B. And Mullen, if you would please be so kind.
Adopt resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Wells Fargo Bank N.A. for general banking and merchant card services.
Thank you very much. And at this time, we'll be going over to our Finance Director, Director Sun.
Thank you. Mayor, let me do a quick introduction of this item before Director Sun.
Yes, let me I was going to say her voice changed. City Manager Grogan, and then we will go to our Finance Director, who's been patient, and I appreciate it.
So, Mayor, members of the City Council, Javon Grogan, City Manager. The item we have before you, as stated, is an agreement to enter into a banking services arrangement with Wells Fargo. You may be asking yourself, why are we doing this? But I want to bring you back to when we had a vacancy in our finance director position, we hired a consultant to do an organizational review of the department. One of the recommendations that the consultant made was that we should look into our banking services contract. The city has virtually had the same relationship for 36 years and has had the same bank, albeit for a contractual arrangement where one bank bought another, so that the name of the bank that we used changed in 2018. And the consultant recommended that we take a holistic look at our banking services and look at some more modern, up-to-date banking services. And so we did that, and that is what we're bringing to you tonight. It is a significant endeavor that the Finance Department has been doing, and I want to thank Director Sun for starting with the city a little over a year ago and really taking that recommendation to heart and moving forward with it. And so with that, Director Sun, will you provide the presentation and walk us through the recommendation and the rationale?
Thank you, City Manager Javon Grogan, for the introduction, and then to the Mayor and members of the Council. This is the Chin Yu Sun Finance Director. I'll be doing a presentation with the help with a staff member from Wells Fargo. Her name is Zena Monroe. City Clerks, can you bring Ms. Monroe into the panel? And she'll be doing making the presentation with me. Thank you. Let me share my screen. Can you let me know if you are being able to see the screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay, cool. So we are doing making a presentation to the Council of the City of San Bruno for banking services. The objective is to ask the Council to adopt a resolution authorizing the City Manager to execute an agreement with Wells Fargo Bank N.A. for general banking and the merchant card services. The agenda item has about quite a few items. No, sorry, the numbers is off. It's actually more than 10 items. So we'll talk about bank background, best practice, desired services, RFP solicitation and evaluation. Also, we want to explain to the Council why we selected Wells Fargo. And then Ms. Monroe will come in to do a presentation on behalf of Wells Fargo. And then at the tail end, we'll talk about fiscal impact, implementation schedule, and the staff recommendation. And last, we'll open it up for questions. So City Manager already gave the Council a brief introduction of the brief review of the background of the city's banking services. I'm just going to repeat some of the information he has already provided to the Council. The city basically maintained a banking relationship with the First National Bank of Northern California for over 30 years. In 2018, Tri-County Bank acquired the First National Bank and took over the banking service relationship. The city maintained the same banking relationship practically for 36 years. The last
major banking service update actually occurred in 2018. So when Tri-County took over the banking service contract, they took a look at the service the city had that time, and they reached to the city, had a major update on banking service. But since then, we haven't made a little update. Independent consultant back in 2021 recommended the city to issue an RP for comprehensive solicitation for banking services. It is a best practice for public agencies to solicit banking service competitively in order to stay updated with the state-of-art banking technologies and achieve competitive pricing. Agencies normally meet with banking relationship managers annually to receive industry updates and a service reevaluation. Finance department, of course, has a commitment to pursue best practice and try to improve our operational efficiency. Through this RFP solicitation, we have quite a few wishes of our desired services. On the general banking side, we hope to separate our depository and there's a typo here, sorry, disbursement accounts. We also hope to add remote cash capture. That means so when our armored card pick up the cash, we can get credit right away instead of waiting the cash to be deposited to the bank. And sometimes there's a bit of a delay when the armored card take out cash to have the cash deposited and counted by the bank. And we also want to take advantage of the wholesale lockbox and e-lock boxes. And then we hope to set up electronic vendor payment just like our payroll direct deposit. On the corporate card side, the city has a team of employees using the city-issued corporate card, but we want to allow the city employee have this self-administration online. We hope this corporate card portal can be mobile compatible, and then we can do the expense management and reporting on the corporate card portal, and hopefully the corporate portal can interface with our GL posting and have an interface with GL posting, so it will save staff time and be more efficient. The merchant card is something we really desire. Is one of the main goals is to ensure we are PCI compliant. And then we hope to establish an online payment portal so that the city can start collecting payment from customers on our website. And then there's another thing is having our own online payment portal will enable us to pass the credit card service fees to customers. So we talked about the city pays about $100,000 in total a year for credit card services. That's service fees. That's substantial cost for the city. Hopefully, with our own with our bank's assistant, we will be able to send out payment portals on our website that we can pass the service fees to our customers. Next, I want to talk about the RFP solicitation evaluation. The RFP was issued in October 2021. The proposal we received from Tri-County Bank, JP Morgan, and Wells Fargo Bank. Presentations were held after written proposal were evaluated. The evaluation team is made up of the finance director, that's me, and our revenue service manager and accounting manager. The evaluation were conducted in 5 criteria. So for both presentation and then written proposal, we evaluated the content for executive summary, statement of qualifications, customer references, technical proposals, and then pricing. Why did we select Wells Fargo? Wells Fargo presented us a very strong technical proposal with competitive pricing. Their online portals seem to staff more intuitive and more user-friendly. The banking service team has expressed their familiarity with Eden. That's the city's financial accounting system, which really comes in handy when we try to develop interface
with our ERP system, that's Eden. And they also expressed they will conduct business process review for the city at no cost. So that all in all, added all these factors together, staff decided to select Wells Fargo. I have to say, generally the proposal from all parties are pretty competitive, but there are just some favorable points about Wells Fargo. That's why we selected its proposal. And next, I want to hand over the presentation to Ms. Monroe. Ms. Monroe, would you like to come on to start the presentation? And I will move the slides as you direct.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much. And good evening, everyone. And thank you for having me. Wells Fargo is delighted to provide a presentation response to the general banking and merchant card services for the RFP, which was presented back in October for the city of San Bruno. We hope that our response demonstrated the importance we place on the relationship that we would love to build with the city of San Bruno, as well as our hope to be your banking partner for many years to come. Wells Fargo is committed to our relationship, to the efficient operations of the city of San Bruno, to the economic growth of the community, and to our responsibility to make a positive impact. You will see in this presentation a few examples of how Wells Fargo supports the city of San Bruno. Thank you again for considering our proposal and our presentation, as well as providing us with the opportunity to be your banking institution. As you can see here, Wells Fargo helps customers succeed financially. That's one of our main models. We have over 69 million customers. We're third in total deposits in 2021, sixth in total assets in 2021, and the 19th largest public company in the world in 2021. 1 in 3 U.S. households do business with Wells Fargo, and then on a global footprint with 41 physical locations across 20 countries. Next page, please. Here discussed, and I won't go through all of them, but just some of our, we are leader in technology and innovation. We've won many awards because of our technology, and I think that was one thing that also stood out to the city of San Bruno, because they wanted to enhance their experience and move into more automation. Also, our mobile web banking experience, we're first in privacy and security. So that was another big thing for the city. Next page, please. Building a better bank. Again, I know, like your city managers discussed, why Wells Fargo. It is our top priority, is rebuilding trust. We've elected new leadership and announced additional board actions. We've elected an independent chair to lead our board of directors. We've implemented new requirements that chair and CEO roles be held by separate people, so no longer chair and CEO by one person. We also elected a new CEO, Charlie Sharp, and appointed new executive lead the community bank. We are engaging with our stakeholders more. We created a stakeholder advisory council to provide insight to the board of directors and senior management. We're consistent with the stakeholder groups, focused on consumer rights, fair lending, environmental, human rights, civil rights, and governments. We're also continuing to optimize and create efficiencies across the company. We've increased focus on driving effectiveness, innovation, risk management, moving to streamline regional banking leadership structure, which will help be more effective and efficient and consistent across our branches. And then we've also launched new company goals and updated our visions and values. We announced 6 company goals that clearly state our aspirations for becoming a financial services leader and ensuring that we are focusing on activities that will strengthen our company moving forward. Next page. the government sector. We're committed to the government sector. So some priorities of a lot of government agencies are reducing costs and improving operational efficiencies, providing excellent service to taxpayers, preventing imposter fraud and data breaches, financing infrastructure projects to keep up with changing landscape and maintenance backlogs, optimizing overall debt profile for low interest rate environments, like right now, maximizing investments, returns, and managing pension liabilities. And then our abilities, customize account structures to maximize systemic operational and monitoring controls, technology efficiencies to free up resources for customized taxpayer-friendly solutions, operational products to help mitigate fraud risk and protect public funds, and then products to enhance cash flow, information including previous day, intraday reporting, controlled disbursements, and lockbox services. So everything that the city would need right at your fingertips. We have a total of 79 relationship managers, 5,500 government relationships, over 29 billion in deposits in public funds, and 22.5 billion in commitments, and an overall CRA rating of outstanding. Next page. And in the City of San Bruno's relationship team would consist of me, as you would think of like your quarterback, Zena Monroe. This is my 27th year with the bank. This is my 12th year in government banking. I have a relationship associate that assists me. Her name is Lisa Flaherty. We're all pretty local to California pretty much. I sit here in the Bay Area. Lisa sits in Southern California. Andrew Leal is our treasury management consultant and would pretty much join me primarily on a lot of the calls that we have. Melissa Handy is our treasury management analyst. She works with Andy on adding new services. Corey John is our payables associate, so he would work with the city on the commercial card project. Our implementation and customer care team, Maria Ramos is our treasury implementation coordinator, and Maria Rivera is our treasury service associate. She would assist with all of the online portal and helping getting everyone up and running. And then Todd Reed is our e-receivables consultant, so he would be working with the city with Miguel Haller on setting up merchant services and getting everything all PCI compliant, as well as the online billing, as well as the convenience fee and service charges. Next page. We talked earlier about what Wells Fargo has done in the community of San Bruno. So we actually have 68 team members that live in the city of San Bruno. We have 13 team members that work there. We have one banking location, which is included in a low to moderate income community. There are 6 ATMs located in that area, and which is in all six are in the low to moderate income. Charitable contributions, these are employee given grants. So there was one human services grant for $7,500 last year. Next page. And then these are our community lending totals. There were 46 home purchases, a little over 33 million. Of those 46, 6 of them were to low to moderate income borrowers at 2.3 million. There were 8 home improvement loans at 1.9 million. 403 home equity lines or loans at 56 or 57 million. 56 home refinances at 31 million. Of that 56, 10 of them were to low to moderate income borrowers at 3 million. In the community lending space, we had 134 mortgage loans extending 124 million in credit. And of that, 44 were in low to moderate income communities, which provided $68.4 million in credit, and 40 mortgage loans were made to low to moderate income borrowers, providing $13.2 million in credit. There were 176 small business loans extending $8.1 million in credit, and of that, there were 87 in low to moderate income communities, providing $3.4 million in credit, and there were 2 small farm loans providing $117,875 in credit. Our credit ratings are listed there. Wells Fargo's AA1, Moody's, A+ S&P, AA- Fitch, and then there's Chase, Bank of America, US, and Citibank. And then our deposit share, we're ranked, FDIC deposit market share, we ranked number 2 at 26.33% with a total deposits of $481,813. That's in the millions. With Wells Fargo and your relationship team, you have everything under one roof. So you have your general banking, your treasury management, your purchase card, your lockbox, your merchant services. We also would work with you on any public finance, any capital market, any direct purchase lending, any municipal sales and trading, as well as we have employee financial education seminars. Executing superbly helped build our relationship. Our finance director talked about, we offered a business process review. That's where we would come out to the city and discover, diagnose, design, and deliver. So basically we would sit with you before we started to implement your services and look at your process and see how we can better automate that process for you and come back and give you a presentation on how we would change the process if need be to make things automated. Next page. And then innovative products and delivery to help you reach your goals. We talked about payments, meaning using ACH wires, commercial card, and controlled disbursements. We talk about deposits. We have sweep services, investment balances. We do have some cities that get Canadian checks, so sometimes there's foreign currency, or you have a Canadian check or foreign check that you need to deposit. We can help with that. We have information, so your intraday visibility, multi-bank reporting, cash forecasting. And then on the collection side, we have Lockbox, the cash vault. We will work with your armored car carrier to get everything to the cash vault. And then merchant services, and then electronic receivables. And then the channels are our commercial electronic office, which is known as our CEO portal. We have direct data connections and through our mobile transmission. The CEO portal is a single sign-on access, which you can have access 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's set up in that you have primary administrators and then that delegate user access. So one user does not specifically have the same access as the next user. There are email notifications on specific events and alerts that you can set up. You can initiate ACH wire transfer payments online. You can, again, control your users' access to maintain security. You can mitigate fraud and view ACH and positive pay exceptions, research transactions, place stop payments, monitor account activity, and paid check images, all through CEO portal. And that's all that I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Merrill.
I have a few more slides to talk about, and the fiscal impact for the banking service contracts. So based on the pro forma estimate, the banking service agreement with Wells Fargo will carry a net monthly cost of $1,600. In a year, it will be about a little bit over $19,000. When I say net monthly cost is our balance will be given an earnings credit, and it will be offsetting our monthly fees. Very likely, we will incur fees. The monthly balance may not be the earnings credit for the monthly balance will not be insufficient to cover the full cost. But the net cost is not very substantial. It's just about a little bit over $19,000 as this estimate. The actual banking service may be different because we are looking at the additional service added to our current lineup. So since the service level will change, I think the banking service fees will be different, will change too from this estimate. The banking service fees in terms of the city's budgeting process, they are budgeted in the finance department, but we do allocate the fees to other departments and funds as a part of a general administration cost allocation. So whatever the fees we get, part of that is bared by general fund, but some others, a portion of that will be borne by enterprise funds and internal service funds. Implementation schedule. Currently, we anticipate the implementation will start in late June or early July of this year after the budget for fiscal year 2022-23 is completed. My staff and I are knee-deep in the budget development, so we really don't have any extra staffing or resource to start this implementation right at this moment. The process will take from 6 months to a year. It all depends how smooth we can implement the project. Throughout the implementation, finance will seek every opportunity to improve operation efficiency. If we are going to add additional service, we're definitely looking at the ways to have more automation or simpler operation process to save time, save staffing, cut cost. So generally speaking, the implementation will have a due diligence process to start. That's what the business process review, when the business process review will take place, is the Wells Fargo will come in to meet with the city staff to look at how our operation goes and how can they set up the service to help us to improve our efficiency and then provide more automation. The implementation planning will be the process. We'll be setting up a detailed plan schedule by date, and then establish major milestone so that we can track our targets. And next, after that, we'll start setting up service and accounts and new accounts. And the testing is the part that finance staff will be heavily involved, because we will be doing a lot of testing on the payroll side, on the AP side, as well as on the cashiering side. And that's the staff will take a significant amount of time, and then to work on that. When the testing becomes successful, then we will go live. Our banking service is a full scope banking service. Not all service will be done at the same time. We probably will take staff during the due diligence process. We will determine which service gets implemented first, which service will be implemented later. Staff recommendation, we recommend the council to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute an agreement with Wells Fargo Bank for general banking and merchant card services. This agreement shall carry an initial term of 5 years with optional annual extensions up to a total maximum term of 10 years. After 10 years, the city will issue an RFP to solicit banking service competitively. So the reason we are recommending after 10 years, the city will issue an RFP to solicit banking service competitively because it is a best practice for a public agency to go out every 10 years. Banking service implementation is a painful and an arduous and labor-intensive process. So not all agencies change banks after 10 years, but often the competitive RFP solicitation process helps the city to update the service and then keep the price down. With that, I'm opening up for questions.
Thank you both for your presentation. I would ask at this time if there's any questions on the presentation from colleagues, then we'll open it to the public, then we'll come back for any other further comments, deliberation, and or action. Colleagues, any questions on the presentation at this time? Seeing none, let's go to the public to see if there's any public comments on this item.
I don't see any hands raised.
Thank you very much. Bringing it back to council, any comments, deliberation, and or action? Vice Mayor Mason.
Oh, just a comment, just thanking staff for looking into this item and then issuing an RFP. It's much appreciated. And then I did just want to ask as far as Wells Fargo goes, I'm not really familiar with Wells Fargo and its engagement or involvement with the community. Does Wells Fargo have a practice of being involved with the community?
Yes, definitely. There's a few different community development projects that go on. We typically introduce you to the branch manager. They have what's called hands-on banking. So depending on what the city is doing at that time or is in need of, the branch will work with you if you're putting on different types of services for, say, a community center or something like that. And maybe, like I said in the presentation, it's educational purposes, and you just want information on new account opening, but not necessarily something that screams out Wells Fargo, just information on what do you do to open a new account. We also provide that information for you. So it's not just that we are trying to get, you or your employees or your residents to open accounts with Wells Fargo, but just so that they have ability to know about banking and financial literacy.
Thank you. Thank you for your thorough presentation. The demographics were helpful as well, or not the demographics, the statistics and numbers of how many people took out like home equity lines of credit and such. Is there anywhere that we can look up the demographics as well?
Yes. You can go to Wells Fargo today, and in there's a way that you can, it'll ask you for, I believe, your zip code. And when you put in your zip code, it will provide you that information. And if not, I can always send it out afterwards as well.
Okay, that would be great. Thank you, Ms. Monroe. And thank you to Director Sun, too. Helpful presentation.
You're more than welcome. Thank you for having me.
Other questions or comments, colleagues? Any action?
Through the chair, I will make a motion. I'll make a motion that we adopt the resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the agreement with Wells Fargo.
Second.
Thank you. Salazar and Medina, motion and seconded. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton is absent. Councilmember Marty Medina.
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason.
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll move on to our last item under conduct of business, item C. Ms. Bolt.
Waive second reading and adopt ordinance chapter 2.52 regarding police department acquisition and use of military equipment.
And thank you. And if we could bring in the police chief, I'm going to turn it over to the police chief to give any comments or update on this topic. This has been before us. Again, it is a second reading and adoption of a required ordinance. Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Give me just a moment to share my screen, please. And are you able to see my screen okay, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you again, Mr. Mayor, members of council, for allowing the time for this presentation. I will attempt to be succinct, as I know we're running late and everyone would no doubt like to get to their families and get to sleep. But I'm here this evening as the police chief, Ryan Johansson, to bring you a presentation briefly on the adoption of the military equipment use ordinance. If you'll recall, on March 1st of this year, I brought the ordinance and the military equipment use policies for first reading here at council and delivered much of the same presentation you're going to see this evening. So I will attempt to move through it relatively quickly. Our objective is to waive the second reading and adopt the ordinance chapter 2.52 regarding the police department acquisition and use of military equipment. Our agenda will be to go through a brief background, discuss the proposed ordinance itself, a brief discussion of the proposed military equipment use policy, which is referenced in that ordinance and was actually approved by motion at the March 1st meeting previously mentioned. I'll talk a bit about the qualifying equipment that is currently possessed by the police department, as well as equipment possessed by our regional SWAT team, which we participate in, and then recommendations, alternatives, and of course a few moments to take any questions that council or the public may still have. The background here is that California Assembly Bill 481 that recently passed requires a governing body approval prior to taking certain actions regarding the funding, the acquisition, or the use of military equipment as it's defined in that bill and in the subsequent ordinances. This is accomplished by council, in our case, through the adoption of a military equipment use policy, which, as I previously mentioned, was approved by council in the first reading on March 1st. It requires renewal of that authorization annually, and that is accomplished through the delivery of an annual military equipment report, which I will deliver to council, reporting on our adherence to the ordinance and to the military equipment use policy and any exceptions to that adherence, so that council can continually review and revise the ordinance and the policy itself as it sees fit. Some of the corresponding government code sections that are governing what we're doing here are 7070, 7071, and 7072. These code sections essentially codified the requirements of AB 481. It defined military equipment and several other terms. It establishes the requirement for a city ordinance, which is what we are here to adopt this evening. It also establishes the requirement of a military equipment use policy that I've already spoken about a couple of times, and the requirement for a military equipment report delivered annually to council. Also establishes some requirements for public outreach and transparency, which I'll talk about momentarily. It's important to understand a little bit about the background of AB 481 here. It originated based on what was called the 1033 program, and this was a program through which police departments could acquire surplus military equipment through a grant program. And I think what AB 481 raised some concerns about, or responded to the concerns of, was the idea that police departments were militarizing themselves by acquiring equipment that was designed for military use and already used by the military and then subsequently moved to police departments. It's important to understand that our police department does not possess any equipment that it has obtained through programs like 1033 or even similar programs. It does not have any equipment it has obtained from the military, period, and nor does it have any equipment designed for military use. This was the case with most police departments with the first writing of AB 481, and so it was kind of rewritten to expand the definition of military equipment, and in doing so, they identified 16 types of equipment that are required for reporting through these ordinances to your local governing body, in our case, City Council. Of those 16 types of equipment, your police department possesses 4 of them, and I'll go through them as we get further into the presentation. So discussion of our proposed ordinance, chapter 2.52. These are the 6 sections that are part of the ordinance. Relatively standardized, but we have the naming of the ordinance, the definitions to establish the nomenclature that we're utilizing, the equipment use policy requirement codified, a section that allows use outside of the policy in exigent circumstances, a section that requires that annual report I've previously spoken about, and a standard severability section. The name of the ordinance is simply consistent with the verbiage of 481 as the military equipment use and acquisition and use ordinance. it seemed most appropriate to choose nomenclature that was in keeping with the Assembly Bill itself. The definitions have been taken directly from the definitions provided in California Government Code 7070. The key definitions are that of military equipment, and they do that by listing specific types of equipment that are to be considered military equipment for purposes of this reporting. Also, the establishment of the need for this military equipment use policy and that annual report. The Section 252030, the military equipment use policy requirement, this is language directly taken from the next government code, which was 7071. It explains that the PD must provide this policy to council for approval. This was completed on 3/1/22 and approved via motion at that time. This also establishes what must be included in that policy, and we use language again directly from 7071 to ensure we're completely compliant with the law. This next section is really important to the safety of the community and the continued operation of our police department, which is a use and exigent circumstances section. It's sort of important to understand that it's almost impossible for us to codify all possible contingencies and needs of a police department given the nature of emergency work. We simply cannot foresee all possible circumstances that we could come upon that would require us to provide protection for the community. And so I think it's very important to allow a section in here that says, look, if certain circumstances occur, we're going to entrust our police department to take the actions that are most appropriate to protect the community, and yet still include some protections on the back end. So we have used a restrictive definition of exigent circumstances as circumstances in which a law enforcement agency has good faith belief that an emergency involving the danger of or imminent threat of death, serious physical injury to any person is occurring, has occurred, or is about to occur. And so if we use equipment outside of what is already in the military equipment use policy or these ordinances, in accordance with this section, it also requires notification to council of that use within 30 days, along with an explanation of why it was necessary. That's information council can then take to determine how it may articulate our ability to use or not use that type of equipment, and in that manner for future use policies. 252050 is reports on the use of military equipment. Again, we've taken language directly from the government code section, in this case 7072. This requires that I, as your police chief or my designee, deliver an annual military equipment report in which we take the policy that council has approved. We explain any usages that were outside of the scope of that. Again, anything like that should have already been reported to council within 30 days per that exigency section. But nonetheless, we have this annual report to bring some higher level data to council as to how the equipment use policy is going and to propose any sort of amendments or changes. This will also establish the need for public notice and transparency in accordance with the law, which is that the military equipment use policy be posted publicly on the department's website, and that any changes to it be posted at least 30 days prior to any meeting considering approval of those changes by council. And then finally, standard language to maintain the integrity of remaining portions of this ordinance if one or more portions are determined to be invalid or unconstitutional over time. Standardized language. Again, I want to reiterate that the police department in the military equipment use policy already approved by council on March 1st did not request to purchase or require any new military equipment. In fact, in accordance with the law, we're simply requesting approval to continue using equipment we've already possessed and or utilized. California Government Code 7070D establishes that the military equipment use policy is a publicly released written document governing the use of military equipment by a law enforcement agency. And at minimum, it has to include all the following information: a description of each type of military equipment, the quantity sought or possessed, its capabilities, its expected lifespan, and a product description from the manufacturer of that equipment. The purposes and the authorized uses for which that equipment will be undertaken by the law enforcement agency, the fiscal impacts of each type of equipment, not only including the cost of initially obtaining that equipment, but the estimated annual cost of maintaining it, the legal and procedural rules where applicable that govern its use, the training, including anything mandated by post and any other specific training that an employee is required to go through before they can use that equipment, specifically to ensure the full protection of the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties as they use that equipment. The mechanisms to ensure compliance with the policy, including which independent persons or entities have oversight authority, that would be yourself and council through the review of the policy as well as the annual report. And finally, the procedures by which members of the public may register complaints or concerns or submit questions about the military equipment use policy or any specific uses. All of these have been accommodated by the military equipment use policy previously approved by City Council. And in addition, there is this posting requirement that policy you approved was posted at least 30 days prior to that March 1st date. This was accomplished via a post to our website on January 26, 2022. The link is here. If members of the public would like to still go and review this policy, you can do so at any time. It will be up there indefinitely. Also, we have set up this requirement, as previously mentioned, for where you can register complaints, concerns, or questions through numerous different means. Members of the public may send an email to militaryequipment@sanbruno.ca.gov. They may call the police department non-emergency line at 650-616-7100, or they can send us conventional mail to the attention of the military equipment use coordinator at the police department's address of 1177 Huntington Avenue, San Bruno, California 94066. All of these are acceptable methods to submit questions or concerns. So briefly talking about the qualifying equipment that is possessed by the police department. Again, there's a list of 16 types of equipment. We possess equipment that sits in 4 of those categories. And we have included in the military equipment use policy a more detailed list of the equipment, as well as all 5 of those informational elements that are required by law for each type. Going through them quickly, we do possess unmanned, remotely piloted aerial vehicles. These are our unmanned aircraft systems or drones. These are generally used for search and rescue, suspect apprehensions. They can also document crime scenes by shooting measurements and taking photos and video. The reason that we utilize these is because there is simply no reasonable alternative that can achieve the same objective of both officer and civilian safety. The second category is in command vehicles. We have spoken before here at council meetings about the mobile command vehicle that was provided through the Community Foundation and the generous donations of Google, YouTube, and its employees. It's important to understand that this vehicle, while it is considered to be military equipment by the ordinance, is not armored or weaponized in any way, shape, or form. This vehicle is nothing more than a traveling office with dispatch capabilities and computers. This is a way for us to manage scenes out remotely instead of having to manage from within the police department, which is a huge advantage to better tactically managing complex scenes and critical incidents, as well as planned events. We also possess some specialized firearms. The majority of these are semi-automatic rifles that are standard issued to every police officer in the San Bruno Police Department. As such, they're actually exempted from being included in this policy of release. But in interest of full transparency and a little bit of lack of clarity on my part as to what this law might develop into over the coming years as it's challenged and vetted in the courts, we've decided to include those in this policy nonetheless. Certainly have no willingness to hide from the fact that we possess these. These are standard issued equipment for modern day police departments. They are not from the military, nor are they manufactured for military use, but we do possess them and issue them to all of our officers. One of these rifles is currently not in service. It is different from the others in that it is issued to the SWAT sniper. We do not presently have a SWAT sniper who is a San Bruno police officer, so it lies in wait in the event that we appoint someone to that position. And finally, we possess 40mm less lethal launchers. These are essentially projectile launchers that are capable of launching rubber or foam projectiles. They are used as an alternative to lethal force to protect life and apprehend suspects. There is presently no reasonable alternative available to us in the market that can achieve the same objectives, and that's why we utilize this equipment. Finally, there is some qualifying equipment possessed by the NCR SWAT, that's North County Regional SWAT, in which we participate. It's important to understand that while we participate in this unit, we do not own, acquire, or possess any of the equipment that it uses. Nonetheless, in an abundance of caution, we have listed all the equipment that we know that NCR SWAT can or may utilize within city limits in the military equipment use policy. It is listed there in detail for those who would like to review it. Also important to understand that NCR SWAT is generally only deployed in our city in extreme circumstances, such as active shooter incidents, hostage situations, or for the execution of high-risk search and arrest warrants. Examples would be that NCR SWAT came out, of course, for the YouTube active shooter incident as well as active shooter incident at San Fran Mall. They possess specialized training and equipment to come handle those situations and to force multiply, bring in many more officers than we have our own force. So recommendations, alternatives, my recommendation, that of staff, is that City Council waive the second reading and approve and adopt the ordinance Chapter 252 regarding Police Department acquisition and use of military equipment in accordance with state law. As an alternative, of course, you can request additional information before taking that action. That concludes my presentation, and I am, of course, happy to field any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief, for the detailed report as you gave us before, and again, appreciate you going through it and with detail. At this time, are there any questions of colleagues on the presentation? Then we'll turn it to the public and bring it back for council for comments and or action if deemed. Any questions on the report for our Chief? Vice Mayor Mason.
Thank you for the report. I just wanted to make sure, I think after our last, the first hearing, that there was a request just to make the policy more visible. And it appears that it was moved, but I don't know if I just figured out how to find it faster. So I just want to confirm that it was moved.
Yeah, we made it a little bit more immediately accessible, so you didn't have to drill down so far. I think more importantly, the city manager included in his monthly newsletter some information very specific to the policy, as well as a suggestion that the public go and review it. So sort of a more proactive effort to drive traffic there as well.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was one of my concerns the first time. So I appreciate that it was moved. It is easier to find just where you get to police policies. So thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
See no other hands up. We'll see if there's any members of the public that would like to speak on this topic or ask questions.
I don't see any hands.
Appreciate it very much, Ms. Boland. Bringing it back to council for any final comments and or action. This is an action item. We would need to proceed, we would need a motion and a second to waive the second reading, and then if that, we would then need a motion and a second to move to adopt the ordinance.
Through the chair.
Make a motion.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Medina.
Make a motion to waive the second reading.
Second.
Motion seconded, and Medina Salazar to waive the second reading. Roll call.
Councilmember Hamilton is absent. Councilmember Marty Medina.
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason.
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Now there is the ordinance for adoption. Okay, Mr. Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I will make a motion to adopt the ordinance regarding the police department acquisition of military equipment.
Second.
Salazar and Medina to adopt ordinance. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton is absent. Councilmember Marty Medina.
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason.
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief. We'll move on to item 8, comments from council members. First item is from Vice Mayor Linda Mason, Recreation and Aquatic Center Committee update. Oh, I'm sorry. That's for later, Marty? Okay. But Vice Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to just report out that we did have a meeting this past week, and we were informed that we would be seeing work ramping up on the rack. So just to let the public know and fellow council members that we'll be seeing more employees out over the next couple of months as we get into summer. So that was pretty exciting. This month there was not a budget update. And the project manager did agree to include a slide moving forward on the budget. So we just wanted to let the council know, because this had initially come to the council as a potential monthly update. It was referred to a committee, and I just want to make sure that the council's aware that there was a request to ensure that there's always a budget update monthly. And then just I think if I may, Mayor Medina, I'll just give my announcements right now. Okay.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Just thanking staff. There were these really cute Easter baskets that Park and Rec. It looks like they put them together by hand. So I don't know how many they had, but they called us because they had, so mmany to try to figure out when the Easter Bunny would go to your house. And it was a really nice touch and just a very close community feel. So I just wanted to really thank the staff that put together the Easter baskets for the kids. It was a really nice, a nice gesture, and it really felt very homey. So thank you for all the work done on that. And then just a thank you to, just an announcement that Bay PLS is still located on doing the COVID testing. And so they're on San Bruno Avenue, and they're still open from, I believe it's 9 to 4:30. So there is another peak again, obviously, in this new virus under COVID as well. But I just went last week. It was really easy. There's no lines, and so just so everyone knows, it's still available and it's free. And then Saturday, May 14th, there has been a lot of social media social media marketing around the San Bruno Education Foundation's first Schools with a Heart Gala. So if you aren't aware, the Education Foundation is fully volunteer run and has really done quite an excellent job of fundraising and getting amazing parents to join their board and really build up a nice foundation for San Bruno and for our public schools. So this is really their first big effort to have an annual fundraiser. And I just really want to encourage our community to attend and to support our local schools. There'll be food and drinks at the gala. There'll be a live band. And if anyone's interested in attending, it's sbefkids.org/gala, and that's where you can get your tickets. So hopefully we'll get a nice turnout supporting our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Medina.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of announcements. Second harvest is tomorrow, 2 locations at Skyline from 9 to 11, where up to 1,000 families get free groceries. Also at Bel Air Elementary School, 450 3rd Avenue, from 1:45 to 4. And now to the good stuff here on Saturday. The American Legion at 757 San Mateo Avenue is having their first breakfast. It'll be a little different. It'll be a little bit more buffet style. It starts at 9 o'clock. And then if you can kind of hang out, go home, do something else, return to City Park at 12 o'clock for Dia de los Niños, the Day of the Child. It's a lot of fun events. A lot of organizations will be there to celebrate reading. So hope everybody has a nice, safe weekend and have fun.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Salazar?
No, nothing for me. Trustee Blanco had asked me to mention the Day of the Child, but Councilmember Medina took care of that, so thank you.
But I also thought I saw the Zoom background change. Yes, so I was going to say, in the absence of Councilmember Hamilton, you were going to do the Zoom of it, so I did catch that. Excuse me, I was paying attention. Thank you, Councilmember. I'm sorry, Vice Mayor, you use your hand up?
Yeah, it just took me a minute to locate the name, but I just wanted to also share with everyone that we had there was a really nice grand opening this past weekend of Catch 22 Salon and Boutique, and it's where the old Diddle-a-Doo was and what the owner's done with the property is quite nice. So if you are strolling in downtown, definitely check out the boutique. It has some consignment clothes for both women and children. It's got a hair salon in the back. It has makeup products. It's a really nice addition to our downtown. So if you're out there, definitely check it out.
Okay, and I'll make it quick because of the late hour. I had some things, but we could. The main thing is I wanted to welcome the new appointed principal of Cappuccino High School, Mr. Gomez. I reached out and spoke to him. and he and I will share something in common, is that he went to Cappuccino as well. So it's very nice to have your new principal, though I will miss Jesse, is part of the community and obviously is an alum. So congratulations and welcome to him. With that said, the City Council will be returning to closed session. There was an item that needed to be taken care of that we ran out of time for, so we are going to continue the closed session. For the City Council, there will be nothing reportable from that closed session at this time, and we will adjourn to the next regular City Council meeting, which will be held on May 10th, 2022 at 7 o'clock. To my colleagues, I've sent out an email for a Zoom meeting to your email, and so let's see if, just as a precaution. So with that, we will go ahead and adjourn. Everybody enjoy the rest of your week and have an enjoyable and safe weekend. Good night.